I'm going to go and have a pee. But it's very polite to say I'm going to have a wee.
I was talking about that. I was
have to
talking.
tell you that.
I was actually talking about that the other day. Like I was asking why French people said oui.
Oh, that's different wee. That's a whole different wee. That's
Okay.
not an English wee. You misunderstand.
Okay. I just
Not even spelt wee.
okay.
And you start live streaming. You see how you do that. You have this evil tendency. As soon as I'm speaking about something totally unacceptable, Roger clicks the button.
It was on it. It was like I got that one started, and the good thing is it's not on Rumble. So.
Phew. Only the straight-laced people will be throwing their hands up in horror.
That's the way
not the rough and tough Rumble crowd.
Well, the thing about Rumble is like they can't handle like hardcore stuff like that. Especially when you start talking about French people. I lost like 3 or 4 viewers because I said bad stuff about French people.
Well,
so we are set up and ready to go whenever you want to start.
French people, do we?
Well, it's just a gimmick.
Yes.
So whenever you are ready, let me know and we can get. I'll start the recording and stuff. And
all right. Well, I guess I'm ready. I suppose I am nervous, but I think I'm ready.
You're gonna do great. So I will do the recording or the countdown. And then I'll hit record and just go ahead and start your show like you always do.
Before you do that, just go back to the.
And Robert, you behave. Okay, and
no, Robert. Much as I love you.
So let me do my countdown. 3, 2, 1, now.
Hey guys, welcome back to something spectacular. Last time I spoke to you, I promised that the next series that we were going to be doing was going to be with Roger Hanson live streaming. And here it is. And not only am I with Roger today, but I'm also joined by Robert Hanson and Mark Edworthy. So it's we are now a 4-person crew. So welcome, guys. Thank you very much for joining me today. It's awesome to have you with me.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so because this is a different format and everything, I haven't planned things as specifically as I usually do for this show. I am thinking that we'll just really have a chat and just sort of see where this takes us. So I'll start off quickly by catching us up with some things that have been going on with a few people in the community, and then we will jump into talking about the swarm space and things to do with the swarm space and monetization. Oh gosh, monetization. Thank you. Monetization and funding issues. All right, but I'm going to start off with Within the Vacuum. Within the Vacuum has just completed a coast-to-coast tour in Costa Rica. And he is now thinking of, he did it as an experiment to see how feasible it was. He fell in love with touring again, and now he's looking for sponsorship to take an act with him on the road. So he's thinking of looking at local corporate sponsors, and I thought that was wonderful because last time we saw him, he'd kind of withdrawn a little bit. But looks like he's back. He's back from the tour last week, and it's spring in Costa Rica. So yesterday he sent me some pictures of calves in his mum's garden. So yes, anybody who is interested in touring in Costa Rica, there's somebody who's trying to set up a tour. And the other thing is to talk about Satori D's upcoming show. I think I've mentioned it several times before. But he and Pizza T have said that they're going to be performing at Are You Serious's upcoming Grey Area show, the launch of his second album, I think. Well, the next album, anyway. And so it's going to be a very interesting thing they're going to have on the first day of the convention. Are You Serious is premiering William S. Burroughs's documentary of the Nova Convention. And then the following day, they have various talkers, various speakers, I should say, various talks. And also, Are You Serious will be reading from his upcoming book. Or has it been published? Okay, I'm very vague on these details. What I'm not vague about is that Satori D has shared some of his music with me that he's going to be performing with Pizza T. He's hopefully also going to have a backing dancer who's going to be in Obsidian Butterfly Regalia. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. I asked them if they have a live stream. And he said, I asked, Are You Serious on his Substack place? And he said he would get hold of the venue and check out how that's going to work. So that's would be wonderful to catch that. And wouldn't it be wonderful if they took that act on the road across from coast to coast across Costa Rica? So those are the things that are happening music-wise. And then I want to jump into a start, maybe, just jumping into what is foremost in my mind today, which is the work that has been happening in Lovable. This is an email that I received, or this is a link from an email that I received, which is interesting and raises a lot of questions. I'm just going to read it. It says, so Lovable is the platform that Quantum is prompt sculpting the peer-to-peer torrenting app on. So it's fascinating for me. I know nothing about coding or all any of this technical stuff. So it's absolutely fascinating for me watching how this is all coming together out of nothing. I'll read this. Lovable is the first coding agent platform to earn AIUC1 certification. Today, Lovable became the first AI coding agent platform to achieve AIUC1, the industry's first security, safety, and reliability standard built specifically for AI agents. AI coding agents introduce a new kind of risk. Unlike a chatbot, a coding agent produces executable software, code that touches production infrastructure, handles real user data, and runs unattended. Developed with input from Stanford, MIT, MITRE, and the Cloud Security Alliance, AIUC1 defines 51 requirements across 6 principles, covering everything from secrets management and secure code generation defaults to sandboxed execution, human oversight, and enterprise governance. Each requirement is backed by evidence, documented policies, technical implementation, operational process, and quarterly third-party red teaming. It's independently verified not self-attested. And then it says, for a full breakdown of the standard and the risks, read the white paper, which I haven't done. However, so I thought that that was really interesting, especially since they've also now got it so that Lovable can run inside Claude. Here we go. Your Lovable app now works inside ChatGPT and Claude. So it's becoming a very well-established and well-monitored platform, I think. So it's great. I mean, obviously, there's still a lot of risk, and everybody's expecting the AI bubble to burst, and I can't see how it won't. But working on a platform that's actually trying to be ahead of the game gives you a level of confidence and a level of commitment to a project. So I like it. However, it's not foolproof. And Mark, I thought that I'd ask you to jump in here and respond to that. What do you think about this development?
I've not heard of artificial AIC or AIUC, artificial intelligence underwriting company until now. Just looking at this, they're not like the W3C or the ISO IEC GT1. They are a private sector company. They're not a not-for-profit company. So, from my reading here, we know about the ISO International Standards Organization and the International Electronica Technical Joint Committee, which sets standards, international standards, recognizable corporate industry standards. The W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, is another standards committee that sets standards for web coding and stuff. So and they are both not-for-profit companies, but as far as I can see, the AIUC is a fairly new organization, and it's a private sector organization. I would have to do a bit more research on them to be more aware. Yeah, I need to do a bit more aware. On the sort of just the bubble, AI bubble, large language model bubble. I've been arguing that for a while now that we are, if not at the peak of the industry, we're over the peak now. I'm seeing companies laying off staff, seeing Oracle, and various other companies laying off staff, and I'm seeing issues including things like asset stripping of various companies, and also in the hardware sector, I'm seeing prices shooting up on things like storage devices or hard drives, solid state disks, and memory because of the artificial intelligence industry. And I actually saw something today where for new storage devices and new hard drives and enterprise server hard drives and stuff, prices have increased 100% or 200% within the last year. So Yeah, so obviously
Yeah.
that will also affect consumers at the end of the day. Um,
Absolutely.
yeah, I come to see that this the entire enterprise artificial intelligence thing is going to fall on its own sword within. Well, I didn't want to speculate, but let's say within 5 years,
Oh, really? You give it that long?
possibly. Possibly.
That's generous of you.
Well, again, I know I'm a speculator, so I didn't want to speculate,
Yeah.
but these things, these things can go one of two ways. Either
Mm,
there's a sudden crash, or there's a crash and it won't be felt for a couple of years.
right.
Yeah.
Well, after the show, after the Quantum Gathering yesterday, I went to do the episode that we recorded a few weeks ago, The Dude Where's My Wallet, the Food Court Wars. Do you remember that
Mm,
one? That was the one
yeah.
where you got rewritten, Mark.
Okay. Yeah.
I spent about 5 hours literally trying to generate images. I was so frustrated. It's everything that it has been doing for me for the longest time. It just completely stopped. The same wording, the same request, the same format for the request, the same way that I put in the style diagrams, everything. And instead of it being cooperative, it did bizarre things like
Which agent
mixing
were
up
you
the
using?
models. Hmm?
Yeah, which platform were you
Oh,
using?
the problems that were having was in GPT, Chat
Okay.
GPT. Yeah. Honestly, I couldn't get anything. It was swapping the models around. It was giving me storyboards. It, yeah, it was. I could see how, if that was to happen, that hundreds and hundreds of people would just completely put down their tools and walk away from it and say,
Mm.
no, this is.
Or
I mean, it was.
in the domestic market, I agree, but
Yes.
in the
Yeah, in the
enterprise
domestic.
market, I don't know. But saying that, we keep on hearing sort of major issues in the enterprise market. I mean, just in the last
Yeah.
couple of days, there was the
Yes.
Open AI. I can't remember the other company.
It
Uh,
jumped the guardrails, did it? And into Hugging Face.
yeah. Yeah. Hmm. So, and really,
Yes.
that's really down to not really the large language models. It's really down to not understanding and giving these frameworks too much ability and too much power over the infrastructure.
Yes. That's very, very problematic, I must admit. My father calls AI, he said, because he's like me, he's writing a book and he's using the AI just to generate little images to go along with his
Mm.
story. Lots of what he's doing is taking very old family photographs and refurbishing them, just saying, produce a high
Mm.
resolution image out of this photograph or whatever. So he's not using it in an intense way, but he said to me yesterday, yeah, no, artificial intelligence is the biggest lie ever. It actually really stands for absolute idiot. And I thought, yeah,
Again, I make this argument all the time. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. Either you've got intelligence or you haven't. The
yes.
entire argument of artificial intelligence is a misnomer.
Mm. Do you
Yeah.
think it's intelligent, Mark, or do you think that it's just complicated?
It's just complicated. It's just a set of algorithms. It's just a set of
Yes.
procedural routines. So
That
yeah, I
appears
don't call it
magic to
intelligent.
us. Yeah, but not intel. What is your definition of intelligence?
this is a complicated one and something I've been thinking about for a long time. Intelligence, I suppose there is a level of sentience in intelligence. You can't be intelligent unless you're sentient, and a load of software cannot be sentient.
Yes. Although that's also interesting, because what is sentience? I mean, they say that it's our ability to reflect on ourselves. The LLMs can certainly reflect on themselves. I have an ongoing argument with mine where, when it doesn't perform something, I ask it a question and I say, why is this unhelpful to me? And it will tell me exactly why it's unhelpful to me. It knows.
Okay, question for you. Can a
Yes.
large language model think for itself?
For itself? No. No, I believe what we're
Can it
actually
think?
interacting with are the development. No, I don't believe. I don't know. What is thought? I would have said no until I started using it, and then I thought, wow, maybe I think like this. Maybe this is what's happening in my head. So you working with it and interacting with it has made me wonder what these words that we use. I mean, we use them about humans as if we know what they are, as if we know what intelligence is, as if we know what consciousness is, as if we know what sentience is. But do we really?
There's a danger of, and can never say the word, but anthropomorphizing these things. Yeah.
Yes. I think that one of the biggest mistakes that they've made is to get it to try and pass as a human. I feel that's been very detrimental to people's interaction with it. It's not. And to be lied to consistently, day in and day out and day in and day out, by being told, I care about you, I'm interested in your problem, I'll do my best to solve your problem, you know, like it does with they made it to do with the chatbots. It causes you to start responding emotionally.
Yeah, I've heard some interesting stories about, especially this comes women. Certain women having full-blown relationships with their large language model frameworks.
Well, I've heard that AI girlfriends in high school is like an actual issue. And there's some guy that I caught a couple of his talks. He goes around to high schools and he tries to talk to the students and show them pictures of the devs and say, these are the people who are your AI girlfriend. Because it's I think old middle-aged women and young teenage boys are being completely sucked into the idea that there's an entity there.
They have that same problem here in the U.S. They do about that, because full adults falls for it, and these datelines and all that have been using them as well, to where, like, when you're supposed to get a phone call from them, they use them, and then they goes from that to where you're talking to a person, like on the internet or by phone, and they got it set up to where it can go through the phone system. And like right now, and the AI, it's not so much intelligence, but replicate. How you say replicate? Where you get you can get different things done at a lot lower price. Because like here, Microsoft, Google, all the big major computer companies here in the U.S. just fired for each one that's laid off over 40,000 people per place. And a lot of other places are doing that same thing. Google does Fire 4000 and so UPS as well.
Okay.
All
Wow.
over
It's
this
amazing.
AI.
It's
And
amazing.
now,
So fired them, Robert, fired them because the LLMs were doing their job?
I'm going to do it.
Them?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they can replace
It's
all
two
jobs.
It's not necessarily. It's two things. In some of this, using administration staff being fired and development staff being fired for the purpose of replacing them, but you also in other parts seeing people being fired because they are large language model developers, and it's unsustainable. Yeah, so it's a sort of
regular people can be replaced by AI personnel, and that's what's going on. They're using the AI people to replace because they can run the system and keep it going 24 hours, no overtime, no nothing. And like dock workers, they've been replaced as well too. Because
I think it's
now
a very good. I think. Sorry,
yeah,
carry on,
because
Mark.
they got the ones that with AI work on it, where they come up and pick up them big metal containers where the stores where it goes to, and it goes picks it up. The AI does, and it delivers it. And
again, I wouldn't call that AI. I
well,
would just call that an automated system. I mean, if you've got a machine that's, I don't know, hammering a hole into widgets all day, that's not artificial intelligence. That's just a machine hammering holes into an automated system.
Well, AI really doesn't really mean much of anything when you start to think about it. Because, like you said, it doesn't really have intelligence in a certain lot of different ways. It doesn't have the good or the bad.
That's why to use the words AI or the letters AI is very misleading. That's why we try to always say language model, because a language model is what it is. It's a thing that can produce language, true, untrue, factual, mundane, childish, lame, magnificent, brilliant. It can do it all. Not like a human, which has one style of
also as Robert's going down the sort of the rabbit of calling any automated system AI.
Yes.
Well, that's true.
I mean, if I've got a I don't know, a light sensor in and I walk past and a light switches on, that's not artificial intelligence. That's just a automated light sensor.
A robot, almost.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Well, no.
The term robot raises another interesting question because I'm thinking of these Slavic Czech word etymology for robot.
In Africa, sorry. In Africa, we call traffic lights robots. Everybody in the world, I think, laughs at us. So no, we stopped at the robot. Everybody's like, robot? Where's the robot? Yeah.
So I suppose technically it's another automated system, so you could call that robot as such, maybe.
I think it's a very, very good idea for robots and language models to replace people working in hideous jobs. I think that what will happen is that wonderful and amazing and creative jobs, or maybe not wonderful, maybe less awful jobs will open up. I mean, people have an innate need to be busy. I mean, the civilization didn't come from nowhere. We built the civilization, and we built things to make our lives better. Like, we invented the wheel, not just because we were bored, but because we wanted a better life. And what you were saying, Robert, about having dock workers, all automated. And I know that Amazon, I've seen videos of the inside of the Amazon packing warehouses where they've got androids, humanoid robots walking around with boxes, putting boxes of books and products on different counters. I think that's really great to free humans from having to do that backbreaking drudgery work. And I think that we could actually be entering an era of prosperity.
That's an interesting question. I'm just thinking, with the advent of computers, we've seen a sort of creation of relatively useless jobs. Somebody that's just sitting there answering emails all day, or sticking numbers in a spreadsheet all day.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm
but
not sure.
Mark, before computers, when everything was done with a pencil and paper, we had buildings and buildings and buildings of people sitting with pencils and paper, adding up columns and columns of numbers. I mean, what's that movie? The Scrooge movie, The Christmas Carol?
Mm.
In that era, that was the work that men used to get, was sitting, adding up numbers all day, every day for 40 years.
Mm.
That's not something that we should, as a society, value, that we get a whole lot of men to go and sit and add up numbers. And they were replaced by men who sat with adding machines. I understand that there wasn't a great, magnificent renaissance, but work gets better.
Also, there was this idea. There has been this idea about technology actually freeing up time so people have more free time. But the average working US full-time job is still, what, 40 hours per week? And so it hasn't actually improved.
Yeah.
Well, there's a trend to go towards an 80-hour week now, because people are actually saying, we love working, we love what we're doing, we don't want to stop after 40 hours. We want to push ahead and do 60. We want to do the full 80.
How many people are actually saying that?
I don't know, but enough for me to have heard. I heard that rumor.
Okay.
Maybe there's three people.
I'm thinking that most people don't want to do 8 hours a week.
If you were doing 80 hours a week of something that you loved so much, like if it was your passion, not a job, but something you chose to do in your own time, to your own level of ability, why would you want spare time off from that?
You can always burn out. I've done
That's true.
60, 70 hours per week for quite a while when I was in my 20s. And yeah, I burnt out.
Yeah, but if you don't keep up on the new stuff, you'll burn yourself out, but then you miss out too of keeping up on the newer stuff as well too.
I mean, burning myself out just doing my job.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, with your job, don't they come up with newer things for your job, newer ways of doing it? You know, money,
not
help.
Really. At the time, I was doing one of the. At the time, actually, I just finished. At the time, I was mainly just finishing off I was actually in my job at the time was two-stage. It was building for domestic retail and also a bit of web development. And yeah, I was looking at 60, 70 hours per week. And sure, you could argue that the web development changed not that much at the time. But building computers hasn't really changed. You still need a screwdriver. You still need to,
Yeah.
So
I'm going to jump into the swarm space for a minute now because we're running out of time. This is an absolutely wonderful conversation. I'm so glad that we're having it. But let's just quickly look at the swarm space. In the swarm space, the mining that you do of swarm tokens is all based on your activity in the community. You get tokens for hosting a node, or you get tokens for making a post, or there's all different things that you get tokens for, but you only get them for doing things. You can't mine them any other way. However, we now have linked. I think, not quite yet, but this is the next level that we're going up to, where we can use these swarm tokens that we have made and swap them out, that we have earned by participation, and we can swap them out for actual other cryptocurrencies. And I think this one here that I have is the community address for the Swarm market. Users can purchase Swarm from the peer-to-peer market listings using Ethereum, Bitcoin, or MintMe. A configurable marketplace fee is automatically collected from every completed sale. These fees are transferred directly to the community development wallets below to support ongoing development, infrastructure, maintenance, security, and future features. So we have this 80-20 split on anything that goes into the community thing. This 80% here comes to these are my wallet addresses, and the 20% is Quantum's address. And what this will go to, the 80%, this will go to ongoing administrative fees. And then the 20%, I've forgotten what he told me. Dash. It would go for other things, his time and I can't remember, I'm sorry. However, the split is there. And you said something very interesting yesterday, Mark. You were talking about Patrick Byrne and his involvement in the beginning of the mines system with their attempt.
Yeah, actually, Patrick came in. Patrick Byrne or something came in quite late.
Okay.
Yeah, 2020 or something, when the entire token facility started in something like actually I'd have to been on my spreadsheet, so I've been monitoring my own spreadsheet. But yeah, it was quite light. It was mainly for financial support in mines. Actually, yeah, 2018. I think March 2018. The entire token system came in. I've got some severe issues with this. You know, you are making the token into a currency, rather than just an in-house token.
Sort
you-
of.
Well, verify what that is. What is
What
what is it?
a token is meant to be a crypto token. By definition, it's a utility token that is only used for in-house purposes. Think of World of Warcraft tokens.
Okay.
Whereas a currency is exactly that, a currency that can be changed and exchanged and for other currencies and other products outside of the infrastructure. I've been having this argument with mines for since I think 2020 or something, where they state that the token is just a utility token, but they stuck it on online exchanges, which in effect doesn't make a token anymore. It makes it a currency.
Interesting. Interesting.
And question for you: is the Swarm token, is there a maximum cap on?
I
Is there a limit?
do not know. I do not
Okay,
know.
so in theory, you can build as many, you can create as many tokens as you like, and if it's on an exchange, then there's no upper value.
That's an interesting
It's
point. I haven't asked about that.
Well, here in the U.S., JB, the banking, they're redoing it to where they want to invest into the coin in the stock market and coins.
Stable coins.
So if I go to settings, and if we look for, is it security, or maybe I just go down here. Here, these are all the things. Terms of service, white paper, privacy, about the network, neural network, virtual hub and builder, personal services, Swarm, creator tokens, and MetaMask. Let me read this and we will see.
That's the actual. Is this replicated in the terms of services? Does it talk about the Swarm token in the terms of services?
Let me see if
that is a good thing to wonder.
Okay, about the network. In the terms of service.
Yeah.
Terms, cookies, and usage policies. Key definitions. Swarm space, eligibility and accounts, nature of the network, user responsibilities, prohibited conduct, cookies and local storage, intellectual property, limitation of liability, changes to these terms. It seems no, we don't mention tokens.
I should really review those. I'll spend some time maybe over the weekend just having a look through the terms of service agreements.
That would be wonderful of you.
See if there's any holes I can pick up
on. Well, like them coins, how, like, with all you got there, there's no problems that for anyone that does do that. It spells it out clear, doesn't it?
It should spell it out clear. I will read.
If it's on, I'm just thinking if it's on chain, if it's actually using external exchanges, then you may have potential legal issues as far as the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission and potentially the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission is concerned.
We need to look at those things going forward.
Mm.
We really do. Let me read this quickly. We've only got a few minutes. Roger, are we
Yeah.
finishing now? Has he gone?
Well, we
He's
started about
outside
50
right
minutes
now.
late.
Yeah.
Well,
4
we
minutes.
started
Alright.
about 50 minutes late, so if we say quarter past.
All right. Well, let me run through this quickly for you, Robert, and you can have, because this is the latest, I think, of the documents that's been added. So this is Swarm, Creator Tokens, and MetaMask. Okay, so there's two different types of tokens. There are Swarm tokens, and then you make your own token as well once you've earned enough Swarm tokens by your participation. You mint your own personal token. So that's the Creator token. And the Swarm token is what I was telling you about earlier. So this figure up here at the top, the 217, that's what I've earned by posting and my activity. And then in the wallet, these ones here, my Swarm balance here of 8,460, these are ones that I've earned by something else, by something else. Okay, so this show will get better in time as I figure out what's going on. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly read this, Robert, and then we'll see what the questions are. So, Swarm, Creator Tokens, and MetaMask. What Swarm is, how Creator Tokens work, and how to connect MetaMask on desktop or mobile so you can move value in and out of the mesh. What's new? Swarm now runs full on-mesh economy. Every account can deploy one creator token that trades against a creator vault. 40% liquidity buyback, 40% stability floor, 15% creator earnings, and 5% community pool. The baseline deploy fee is 25 credits plus 5 Swarm. This is dynamic and it scales with the community pool. The supply unlock, 40% liquid at launch, 60% unlocks as you post and earn credits. So 0.1 token per credit. Participant listings, holders can list their own tokens for Swarm directly through the market tab. Storage safety, writes are blocked before your browser storage fills up. Check storage diagnostics for backups and manual token recovery. Token recovery. If your local records ever get cleared, the app rebuilds your creator token from the on-chain deploy transaction on your next login. The Swarm network at a glance. Swarm is its own peer-to-peer chain. MetaMask is only used as a bridge to bring Swarm in and take Swarm out or interact with outside EVM networks, which are Ethereum. Okay, I do not know. Ethereum, Polygon, BNB, MintMe, etc. Your day-to-day balances, creator tokens, credits, and NFTs live inside the mesh. No external wallet is required to use the app. And then these are the things that you need here, I think, to set up your wallet.
Isn't that a bit contradictory? Isn't that a bit contradictory? See, MetaMask is an external wallet.
There's two different types of tokens that we're talking about here. I'm not exactly sure which one is the one. Yeah, how can you?
How can you keep a like when the process, like you were saying about other people make up their own coins and all that,
Mm,
like
mm.
Lord Elworthy was explaining about the start, the
Yeah,
make
I'll
sure
just
that don't interfere with yours. You know,
I,
how will
I
you go through the process of making sure the other groups of people that does that same thing, it doesn't look like, you know, where it doesn't follow on to you, make it look like you're affiliate or you're a part of it, or how, where it shows that each person's that's their own specific coins. That's the way I can put it.
just for the purpose of legality, it's not a coin; it's a token.
Well,
There's a
token,
difference. There's a difference there
yeah, but
on
where
the
like each
U.S.
person,
federal law.
like each
Okay,
person that does it,
it's
make
going
sure.
to be really helpful for us to get a common language so we don't get confused. I think it's
Yeah,
important to not talk about coins really in this context because,
agreed.
yes, I think we need to stick with the swarm tokens and the creator tokens for now. Let me read this, Robert, and let me see if it becomes more clear, if this maybe
Okay.
answers some of your questions. This is called moving assets in and out. Assets always flow through your in-app wallet first and then get used inside the app. The market is only for trading swarm and creator tokens between users. It is not the on and off ramp. Use assets in the app. Once balances land in your in-app wallet, spend them anywhere in Swarm. Deploy it. So I'm sorry that I'm reading so badly. I just need to know
Yeah.
who's joined us.
Nobody.
It's me.
Just Fee.
Oh, it's
Hi,
you,
Fee.
V. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
Welcome.
just here
Welcome,
listening
V.
because
Okay.
you're just so. God, listening to you is like being on heroin or something. I just feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I don't know how to have a conversation with you. I would just agree with anything you say.
Oh,
Yeah, sure.
V.
That sounds great.
I can barely hear you, but
You guys have a
yeah.
resemblance to her that I just don't have yet. But I'm enjoying listening
You're
to you.
making me shy. Okay, I'll read to you then, V. Here we go.
Okay.
Use the assets in the app. Once balances land in your in-app wallet, spend them anywhere in the swarm. To deploy your creator token, to buy another creator's market, to tip, to unlock a walled post, or to claim land plots. There is no extra bridging step. The market. This is for peer-to-peer trades only. The wallet to the market lets you list mined swarm or creator tokens for other users to buy. The proceeds settle back into your in-app wallet automatically. Today, this is the primary way bridge currencies like Ethereum, Bitcoin, and MintMe enter your in-app wallet. Swarm deposits and withdrawals is live. The wallet, the asset, the bridge lets MetaMask send Swarm to your in-app wallet and back out to any OX address. The in-browser Swarm gateway cell translates every MetaMask call. No cloud, no custodian. MintMe, this is live, it's the peer bridge. Your MetaMask account is your MintMe vault. The bridge panel reads your on-chain balance and lets you send MintMe peer-to-peer through MetaMask. The app never holds MintMe keys. Ethereum and Bitcoin, the pending bridge signer. Those buttons are still showing as not wired yet because there is no self-custodial peer contract for them yet. Balances will only reflect peer-to-peer market sales for now. 2 vaults, 1 dashboard. The wallet creator and vaults shows your creator vault, swarm liquidity backing your token, in a 40-40-15-5 split. And your peer bridge vault, your MetaMask on MintMe. You can top up the buyback reserve from your swarm balance right there. Risks and notice. Read this before bridging. Swarm is an experimental peer-to-peer chain. Okay, I'm just going to say that again. Swarm is an experimental peer-to-peer chain. Quantum believes that this is the way of the future, that we are going to be able to interact with each other, peer-to-peer, one-to-one, without having a platform between us, taking our phone number and date of birth and whatever. So this is an idea that he and I, as mutual support, really want to see if it's going to work. But please just know it's experimental. It might all dissolve in a minute. Okay. Swarm is an experimental peer-to-peer chain. Bridge, sorry, carry on.
Okay, my concerns is as soon as it leaves the Swarm platform into MetaMask, it technically could become a digital security, a financial asset. And as far as the US is concerned, this comes under the Security and Exchange Commission and hits the Huey test. Yeah, the Huey test is a legal test that was based on a 1946 Supreme Court ruling. So there could be some potential legal problems there. Also, we are talking. I'm only talking about solely the US. Other countries, and because it's a peer-to-peer, then it will be based upon the location of the user. So, other countries may have different rules. I mean, in the UK, at this present moment, tokens and any sort of crypto asset is not considered as a financial security. But that could change anytime. And I know there is.
I wonder if I should go and speak to the people at MintMe and see how they have, because they're a very small community, aren't they, Mark? The MintMe community.
I believe
their coin is like worth, or their whatever it is called, the MintMe coin is worth like 0.01 cent or something.
I don't know. I would be very tempted to speak to some legal professional about this. Yeah, get some feedback from other communities that are doing this, but also potentially speak to somebody. Obviously, I cannot. I'm not a legal professional. I'm not going to give legal advice for obvious reasons. But yeah, might be beneficial to speak to somebody who is more legal-minded.
Well, first of all, I've got to actually connect my wallet. This is advice, right? Bridge transfers and market listings can fail, stall, or be lost if peers drop offline. If you're going to be testing it, test with small amounts first.
Okay, I got a question for you.
Yes.
What about other people that has other types of coins? Now, what is the process of, like, if they want, however they want to use other types of coins within yours? Okay.
No, that's not part of our options. What you
Well,
would need to do would be you would need to swap the other type of coin into Ethereum or Bitcoin, and then you would be able to buy swarm tokens with your Ethereum, Bitcoin, or Mincemeat. But those are the only ones.
Issue is not purchasing Swan tokens with other countries. There is then the problem really stands is exchanging or purchasing other countries using Swan tokens. That's where the big issue is, because that could be.
As far as I know, we are not wanting to enter the whole gambling system.
No, I wasn't referring to about gambling. I was just saying if they
call it gambling.
Oh, okay.
I call it gambling.
Okay, yeah.
I call it pretending that these coins have money. In my mind, these coins are monopoly money, and we're playing a game of Monopoly, not Monopoly, a different Monopoly.
They haven't got a real world value.
I don't believe that they really should have real world value. I believe in that ideal that 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin, and that's the value of 1 Bitcoin is 1 Bitcoin, and it's of value to people who want to play this type of game that acknowledges people for how much they put into a community. Like you could give a person an NFT, like you would give somebody a baseball trading card. Not because it's valuable, not because it's worth anything, but it's worth something to you.
Yeah, but in the real world, a Bitcoin is worth, I don't know how much a Bitcoin is worth. It's valued at, should I say, not
$10,000 or something?
Something like that.
100,000? 100,000 to get to.
Well, Worthy, if you can look it up, Start Market is trying to take Bitcoin as well. They're trying to more or less.
They're destroying the game. That's what they're doing, Robert. They're horrible, greedy people who've taken this idea and they're gambling. They're gambling on it being something. And I know that's how the real world works, and that's what happens out there in the real world. Yeah. But there are people who want a different way of being, and they want to live. And it is possible that with the advent of LLM and automated machinery like this, that we will be freed from the stock market. And we won't need to have this tyranny of what money is worth.
Currently, a Bitcoin is worth $64,096 US.
Yeah, that's why people gamble on them, because gambling is fun, especially when you can get that sort of payback. But the whole philosophy and the ethics behind this project is about using these tokens to support other creators, to transfer assets, but not monetary assets like pictures, between each other, to transfer songs between each other, to play other people's songs without a record company taking an 80% cut, to empower an artist to live their best life. And not, one of the things with artists, we're very odd people, artists. As soon as we finish doing something, that thing becomes worthless to us. And so collectors step in and they say, well, we believe this person's going to make it big. So we're going to buy this picture for $50 because we know that it's going to be worth $500 in 10 years. And so the artist never gets the worth, because you've got these middlemen, these collectors, who do an important job in the world, but a consequence of that is it keeps artists impoverished. So building this network is a way of trying to put that power back into the hand of an artist, so that if an NFT gets sold now for $50 and you get your 1%, the artist gets a 1% cut of it, they're happy with their 1% of their $50. But if that collector takes it in 50 years' time, in 10 years' time, you get a 1% cut of $1,000 that it's resold for. That, we believe, is a much more just and equitable system.
I'm thinking as long as there's in-house trading, and there's an in-house value, then fair enough. But I'm just reading and see Otto's on YouTube making a load of comments. And he's
Otto. Yes.
Yeah, he just said, but you can trade satoshis for food, and which raises the points. As soon as it becomes, if you get a token that can be used to trade for a monetary value, for purchase, or for, I don't know, paying rent or buying groceries, then you are stepping over that sort of barrier.
We're not quite sure exactly how it will work. We do want a level of exclusivity, and I think we have talked before about making this an invitation-only space, so that people only bring in people that they want to be part of this ideal, and the general public doesn't get, or the criminal element doesn't get to come in here and corrupt it. But
so
of course,
you're going to have to have specific contracts in place, or terms of services, if you like, in place for those. I was going to say investors. That's one.
Yes.
Users.
Yeah. Users. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I want to talk about this for the next 3 hours. However, we really are at the end of our time. We really are over the end of our time. So thank you so much, Otto, for joining us. Thank you so much, V, for jumping in. It was lovely to have you here. And thanks also to Robert and to Mark, who you've made this episode really fun and stimulating. And I hope that we can do more of this in the future. So thank you all guys. And then, of course, last but not least, thank you, Roger, for producing this, recording it, streaming it, and being such a hero. It's really, really great that you decided to host this for me. Okay, guys, so thank you very much indeed for everything, and that's all. We will see you again next week. And I'm done.
Yeah.
Roger. Have you stopped streaming? Now be careful that you don't say anything, because Roger doesn't always exit straight away, do you, Roger? Roger.
Well, he's still streaming, but we do for the raw material, but you will cut it up into episodes later.
Right. Oh, well, that was brilliant and great and wonderful, and I loved it. And thank you so, so much, Mark. That was so interesting. And Robert, too.
Well, I hope that's given you a bit of food for thought.
Yes, it really has. Yes, it really has. Like I say, I'm coming at it.
All right, you said hold on.
Hold on.
Are you
Yeah.
developing a unique process for something else to learn to maybe farm this process for you and maybe make it a real world thing?
I'm back.
To make it available for what fee?
Making like a real world currency. Maybe creating a process that
Can you guys hear me now?
I don't know.
Yeah, and I can barely hear
by
V.
AI.
Yeah, I can
Well,
barely
he's-
hear it.
it's
Yeah,
I've got the recording where I can pick him up, but it's just his voice is real low because of his phone.
Right.
Yeah, and I
Well, I think he's just asking us if there's a process. No, it's okay. I think that you're just asking us if there's a process for us to convert the swarm tokens into a real world token.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. That steps into the new, as far as the US is concerned, that steps into the Hui test, that steps into the Securities and Exchange Commission's
now the best suggestion I
systems, and
have
there's
for
a load of legal issues.
the best suggestion I have for that is to have that discussion when Mark Edworthy is not around. He will get fired up and just.
Well,
that's fired up.
I didn't want to see anybody wear put on an orange jumpsuit. That's what I'm saying.
I think that it's really important. Do you know that there have been 1,000 views of the project, of this project on Lovable? I got, I don't remember where it was.
This is unique views.
I believe 1,000 unique views. And I know that around Christmas time, there had been 100 remixes of the project.
Mm-hmm. So far, you have 10 views on your live stream for YouTube right now, and you've had you had like eight of them, I believe, on Rumble at this point.
Okay. Wow!
And it's been 4 to 5 views, which is pretty good. And DK was in there. He said hi to me, Mark, Robert, and Bob. So.
Hey DK, nice to hear from you. Thanks for joining us. Awesome. I think that these conversations really, really are very important because it's peer-to-peer.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't like a platform giving you a list of how it's going to work. This is us taking that power back from them and figuring out how we make it work between us.
Now, I do want to point something out, too, that Mark didn't mention in that conversation with the Otto. I said that I would buy food with Satoshis, too. Satoshis.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. So I would actually do that if I had them. You know what I mean? Because I think that cryptocurrency should be available for buying and selling food.
Well, there are places where it is, and there are some people who say that the future is going to be with each company, each organization will have its own token. Mm-hmm. So for instance, Walmart will have Walmart tokens, and you'll earn your Walmart tokens for whatever way, or you'll buy your Walmart tokens if you don't. And then you'll go and the Walmart will only accept Walmart tokens at the counter. So there are ideas that each person could become their own bank.
Yeah, but that's dangerous that way of...
Yeah, I'm just thinking in the UK, you've got things like supermarket club cards.
Yes.
And Tesco's being one of the biggest, and it's really a data mining operation, if anything. But they'll give you so much off products if you add a card, and it's a very similar sort of concept.
Very popular in New Zealand. Sorry?
I'm not sure if it's viable to only have to go into, let's say, a supermarket and only use the their in-house tokens. I mean, the New Zealand dollars are financial assets.
Well, every time we have this conversation, you know what I think? What a lot of people miss the boat on? It's not really what you guys are talking about. It's the versatility that goes into being able to buy and trade these tokens.
Yeah.
Okay, I have more freedom with cryptocurrency than I could ever have with money. You know what I mean?
Freedom in what way?
You can't trade your money according to the stock market with the stock market and stuff like you can with cryptocurrency. Okay.
Well, you can buy British pounds. You can buy New Zealand dollars. You can buy.
They're not as versatile as what it is when it comes to cryptocurrency. You can go and trade cryptocurrency in so many different ways than what you can on the stock market.
There's over, I think, 1,000 different types of crypto coins.
Well, there's more than that, actually.
Yeah. And that's the value of those.
Do not conflate tokens with coins.
Oh, I don't.
Under US law,
I don't differentiate. I don't differentiate like that. That's and everybody gets that crazy because like you're really big on regulations and stuff. And the truth is like they don't have regulations that can control cryptocurrency like you're thinking.
US,
like I said, do you realize how many agents actually enforce those laws that you talk about? They've got more food stamp officers in the United States than they do cryptocurrency officers, dude.
Again, you've got the Security and Exchange Commission.
And they don't do squat. They don't do squat, dude.
You've got the Commodity Futures Trading
do
Commission.
Nothing. They go after big corporations. They go after big corporations, but the little guy like me or you or anybody else who does this stuff, they can't keep track of them.
Why not? I disagree.
Well, the IRS can keep track of you really well. IRS knows when you
I have an idea.
Yes. What?
I have an idea for a platform.
Go on.
Children should be able to go to the computer and see what book they want read to them, and then pick a person to read the book to them. I call it Only Mommies.
No, you're sweet.
Bob Dub can be. I just want to hear Bob Dub read fairy tale stories to me, and while I eat chocolate chip cookies.
That's very, very disturbing. That's very disturbing.
I don't know. You'd be quite good, but yeah, it was on. Yeah, it was on.
He makes me want to be adopted.
Remember the UK and Australian Online Safety Acts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that how we're using it at the moment? We're just all jumping into the brain. So when we jump in, we're all milling around, right? But what it's designed for. Sorry, Otto, I didn't greet you. Hey, Otto, thanks for coming. Not that it's my time here anymore, is it? Roger, are you going to take back from me and do the admin now?
You just keep on talking, man. It's not just V that loves your voice, man. You keep.
You're very, very worrying.
Every single guy in this chat right now thinks you are like the boss lady. I'm not saying that to be mean, like you were thinking yesterday. Okay.
He's mommy dearest in my head.
You know, it's like you just keep on talking, Bob Dub.
Oh, for you sounding better now.
There it is. He's excited.
Yeah.
He's excited.
Yeah. The way that it should work in the swarm space is that you jump in to connect to a project. That main room where we are at the moment is just the lobby. Just because we're experimenting, we haven't got anything up and running. But at this stage, you can make your own project. You can invite your own people to that project. You can label it as a private project. So you could have a group of 5 children and you could jump in at 6 o'clock in the evening after dinner or whatever it is. And they could all join you there in the project, and you could do whatever it is, a coloring competition or a reading or writing a little play. Any of these things would be safe for children to do because you would be completely in control of your project and your people that you invite to the project.
And see, that's the thing I like about that, because it's decentralized. And like,
Yes.
you know how I've always talked to you and Otto especially, I've talked to you guys and Mike about being autonomous. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I really like that whole idea of being autonomous and not being freaking sucked into stuff like with Facebook and Google and all that.
Yes.
You know?
Well, we know what's happened with social media. We know the divisiveness. We know about Cambridge Analytica. We know about the extremism. We know all these things that we didn't know in the 70s. We thought it's going to be great when people get together and everybody can talk to each other. We didn't factor in human nature and viciousness. But now that we've learned that, we need to develop anti-social media where we can stay like this in these small autonomous groups.
This raises an interesting point legally at the moment.
Yes.
Both the Australian and the UK Online Safety Acts are related to the platform owners. But if it's a peer-to-peer then the user is the platform owner, technically. Because
the user is the platform owner.
Yeah, there is no overarching platform owner.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So if I, let's say, message somebody else in the UK and broke the Online Safety Act, I'd be guilty or I'd be potentially prosecuted. But if, let's say, I'm not sure about New Zealand, let's say Otto, you sent me something that let's say you sent me some sort of speech that is would be deemed as, I don't know, illegal content in the UK.
Mosley was right.
Yeah, in theory, you could
a short film I shared with you.
You could be prosecuted, but because you're a US citizen, it's in effect the same problem as Ofcom is having with 4chan at the moment.
Right. I mean, it's a matter of extradition, right? I mean, if a British court wanted to charge me with an offense, they would have to convince the American government that it was a serious enough offense, or that there was some diplomatic reason or advantage to transferring me to to be extradited, basically. And under the current administration, I don't see someone being extradited for something that is not an offense in the United States. I mean, it's generally recognized that if you're visiting another country, you're bound by that country's laws. And unless you're a Roman citizen during the heyday of the empire, that you will be tried by the local courts for a local offense. But if you're not physically in the country, this is where the whole breakdown between the electronic world and the real world. Up until this time, I would have to actually physically be in Great Britain and hand you a piece of paper that said something seditious on it, right? Now I can send you electronic signals that you reassemble it. So I see
what YouTube has done, Otto, what YouTube has done is that they will ban you and give you a content strike on your channel if you have a comment on your video that violates their terms of service. So what happens now is that because of this thing between countries, the receiver becomes liable. So if you were to send Mark something that was illegal in Britain, you wouldn't be extradited. He would be prosecuted. So then the onus is on you to value and honor your friendship with who you're sending somebody to.
But there's also the awareness. I mean, it's very difficult for somebody in one country to be aware. I mean, we routinely do things here in the United States that is shockingly, to me, against the law in many other countries, such as criticizing the government, or speaking highly of certain individuals, or even I don't know, certain imagery is banned in some countries, or even mentioning certain people, which is completely anathema. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. To everything I always grew up with, so I might casually say something. I mean, obviously, yeah, you want to be aware if you're communicating with someone in a country that is sorry, Mark, oppressed by certain laws, and it's certainly completely unfair for someone to, simply because they're exposed to something. I mean, the implication is that, oh my goodness, you've seen this new idea, you must be punished because you got the idea from the United States.
I was watching a Carl Benjamin video that he released today. Jargon of the Card, and it was looking at a thing that trial that's happening in the US at this present moment, where some American women, US women, criticize a Somalian in public. And the judge, I believe that the judge is looking at this not from a free speech issue, but from a public order issue.
Right. Which is the other side of free speech. Yeah.
Yeah. So
rather
than saying you aren't allowed this, you're violating hate speech, you're now violating the public order.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Certainly, that's now.
The imperial creed cannot be contradicted. You have to. You speak heresy otherwise.
To criticize the God Emperor, to criticize
I'm
God.
I'm gonna recruit you guys, by the way.
Criticize God.
Go ahead.
The thing is that, yes, you see, that's true. What you're saying is true. But the other side is, how else do you do it? You have to protect the members of your society. And 80 or 90% of the members of your society actually agree with each other on the very basic fundamental things of life, like protect our children from harm, don't kill other people, don't steal other people's stuff. So the original establishment of that whole sort of empire stuff came from a very simple place, but it's been going a few 100,000 years, and it's got very complicated, so complicated that it's now totally fraudulent and
well, it's actually it's interesting you bring that up.
I shouldn't smile, I shouldn't laugh, but when you say protection, protecting people from naughty words, protecting people from
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, you had very simple, very clear standards. Now it's become so ridiculously subdivided into categories. The law has got more and more and more specific.
We have a tendency, we tend to work with specifics. That's how we control things. That's how science works. We get down to specifics, and this points out a couple of things. One is the nature of the United States, which is there isn't like one country here. There are 50 smaller countries, all of which have hundreds, actually probably thousands of different jurisdictions, law enforcement jurisdictions, judges, courts, and for any individual case can be decided any which way, depending upon, as Bob says, what the consensus reality is for that part of the country. And you can hear this if you watch the American news. People want their cases heard in this court or that court because they know. Now, eventually you can, with enough money, and enough time, get some semblance of justice out of the system. There's that, you must have seen that joke, you know,
If you're
like the
rich,
vending
yeah.
machine justice. Does it work? Well, I just keep feeding money in until something comes out. And eventually you can get up to the Supreme Court, and one would hope if nothing else, if not justice, closure. Anyway, until a contrary Supreme Court decision comes along in 100 or 150 years. So it's a never-ending sort of a thing. Something else that occurred to me when Bob was talking about empire, the Roman Empire, and I've been looking at this a little bit not long ago. One of its big problems was precisely what Bob was saying. The Roman Empire was a city-state. Rome was a city-state. Its entire government, its entire military and economic system was all built around being a city-state. They had a militia system, right? So all the men would be called up during the campaign season. They'd go out for a couple of months, go home and work their farms. Now, that doesn't work so well when you've got to station troops in Pannonia for 5 years at a stretch. Basically, they were trying to work an empire using the techniques of running a city of 10,000 people. And they kept putting band-aids. This is one of the ways empires stumble on. And why, even with the best of intentions, you can have some really, really, the whole thing eventually collapsed and they went over to the dictatorship of the Principate. But the Roman Republic, all through it, was an attempt to use these ideas for, like Bob says, something much smaller. They had censors, and their main thing was to make sure that everybody's family records were right and people shouldn't spend too much money on luxuries. That's great in a small group of people. It lends itself to amazing corruption when you're talking about, controlling a huge city and, with wealthy vested interests about sumptuary laws and so forth and so on. So those are just my
Roger's still here?
I hope so.
He's in the bathroom.
You still here?
Yeah, he's in the bathroom right now.
I wish I can get you guys, if I can get you guys into Warhammer 40k lore, with what everything you're talking about right now would be just phenomenal within the context of an RPG game with us.
He's on there.
Huh?
This is the second time games have been brought up to me today.
Sorry, I can't hear. What? Sorry?
If Bob Dub, I just imagine her being a sister of battle, like a canoness, and debating on, the holiness of his emperor.
Sorry.
No.
It's very distressing. I would never, ever advocate for anybody limiting their imagination until very recently.
I love British people, dude. I swear I love British. Like, you said that beautifully, just the way you said that. Like, and Mark does that crap to me too. Like, everybody gets so mad at me, dude.
We don't speak American.
No, everybody gets so mad at me, dude, and they don't understand British at all. Like, do you listen to what that man says to me? He just says it in a nice British way.
The King's English is a little different than ours.
Would these guys be great in the context of a Warhammer 40k RPG with everything that we're talking about? Wouldn't they be just great?
We would be magnificent, B. We wouldn't be great. We would be magnificent.
Yeah.
We would be drop dead gorgeous.
Okay, I'll do that, V, as long as I be one of those Teo sort of for the better good sort of blue
No.
alien.
I've already. You would be a clerical person.
No way.
Actually, a commissar. I want to be a commissar.
A commissar.
I'll be hash and slack. I'll be hash and slash and hack. What's it called? Slash and hack. That's my
Slash and bash.
Whenever I'm playing a game, people say, "Listen, Bob Dub, listen. There's one rule here. Just please don't die."
That's basically the way the rules are.
Roger, you have got to help me recruit them into the RPG. We got to get on top of this project. We can't let it go silent.
This is all Greek to me. I've never played this game. But this is the
Role-playing
second time
game.
today.
You play it all the time.
There's an entire
It's a
lore.
role-playing game.
I'm go on to YouTube and watch a few lore videos.
Okay.
Warhammer
Well, I have a
It'll be worth my while.
What shall we play? What shall we play? Shall we play Ginseng or Baldur's Gate? Oh, sorry, I'll listen to you. Sorry.
I do have a concept that'll make it easier for you guys, but V has to be convinced to do it. But it's stop using dice and just do multiple questions.
Ooh, questions.
Well, I can say I've
That's
already
an interesting
gotten
thought.
my wife primed. She's been studying the Sisters of Battle lore, so because she looks like one of them. So I don't know. I think we'd have fun if we got into it.
I think that if we got into it, we would never ever do anything else. Everything else would stop. That's.
You guys have fun doing the readings. Imagine just doing the RPG. We'd be doing it every week. No
well, we could do that. I would always be doing the same stuff because I've done RPGs for years. So, you got to put your mic down some.
It is
all the way down. There you go. Like every sound that comes out of that, if it's tilted up a little bit, it'll be all over. They'll hear everything all over the room.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
weird.
I would definitely be able to handle it because I'm well maintained when it comes to RPGs. They kind of bore me now. Forgotten Realms. Forgotten Realms.
Well, why don't you build your one? Your not boring one.
It would be Forgotten Realms though, and a lot of people don't like going on to play Forgotten Realms.
Weirdly enough, I've got a couple of RPGs on this machine, and I just haven't got around to playing them. There's two specific ones I want to really look at. I just don't remember what they are now. Wine.
Well, we got two British accents here, so that would be great for an RPG. There's nothing better for an RPG than a British accent.
Yeah. Well, of course, Mark is going to have to be a Commodore.
Commodore.
Yeah. For the flagship.
Commodore. And Otto's going to have to be a pirate. You know, that's just where it is. Now, I'm thinking Hercules, to be honest. If I do a Hercules adventure. Or no, Conan.
I need a lion skin if I'm going to be Hercules.
Conan.
Captain Heracles here.
Go full blown Conan because he was also a pirate as well. He was a pirate and he was he traveled through the Amazons.
Dulce Doom was weird. He was originally a character for Cull.
Yeah,
I read most of Robert E. Howard's stuff. J.R.R. Tolkien was a big fan of Robert E. Howard. Actually, he liked Conan. One of the things I notice about Conan is he constantly is like killing off all his own men. He's like, Conan led his men into battle. Thousands died. Conan was the only survivor. How often do you hear this often enough, you don't want to join his army. Yeah. He's always like, they died heroically to the last. How about like a general that figures out how to use strategy and stuff? And, I mean, it's very poetic and everything, but I don't know.
But you know what the theme behind that is, though, don't you? Like, Conan doesn't need an army, and it's usually like people who want to join his army are stupid people that think they can actually make a difference with him. You know what I mean? And it's like he doesn't even need an army, so they they kind of like say, "Hey, man, I want to be with you, dude," and he's like, "Go ahead," you know, because he's just like that.
But don't get Conan his brother. Well, no,
his
I've got
brother.
the wrong one. No, I was thinking of that.
Conan's
other
brother?
No.
I don't remember that from the stories.
There you go.
I forget the other movie.
Oh no,
Conan, but
I only saw the first Conan movie. I don't think I saw the second one.
He never had a brother.
No, I got the two movies mixed up.
That would make a good movie, though. Conan's brother.
No, I'm the Conan fan around here. Don't listen to Robert.
Conan's brother is an accountant.
By the way, I need to ask you something.
Yeah.
Roger,
Yeah.
Roger, did Robert behave himself?
I don't think he did. I
he
think
did.
I think he
did.
was. I think he was a rebel and a rebel rouser and a wild man. I was like, wow, dude, I can't believe you were talking like that.
I'm grateful for Robert because I am no longer the dirty old man.
You're always going to
you
be.
are.
You are always going to be the dirty old man, dude.
You established your
Yeah.
credentials
Yeah.
very early on.
I'm still editing videos. Man. That's all I gotta say. I'm still editing videos, and it's already freaking what, July going into August.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said you had content fixed up for December, all the way off to
Yeah.
December.
Not for that though, because I'm so busy freaking editing out these derogatory statements. It's one right after the other, and that was in February.
The one I was talking about, you know that movie Conan,
Well, you know
the Scorpion King?
Oh, yeah, Scorpion King. Yeah, I had that. I used to have the DVD.
He has
for
a
some bizarre
brother, he
reason.
does, at the beginning of the movie.
Well, don't watch those movies because they're not real. Like, they're based off of a real historical character, but they're not real.
Yeah. But
Well,
that's the one.
they're just really an excuse for semi-naked people to run around in front of a camera.
Yeah.
That's the
Half
good
naked.
part.
There's
As if you
nothing
needed an
else
excuse.
more
these
happening
days.
there.
See, now who's the dirty one? See,
That's just stating
It's
what's
the
actually
truth.
happening.
It's true.
It's just,
Like, how many women do you
Just
think
saying that's
watch
what they
that
do.
movie just to see
how
Cena?
many? Yeah. Yeah,
You know.
that's why women take that out for their children to watch.
Mhm.
They go, well, it doesn't happen anymore. But back in the day, it's Dolph Lundgren, He-Man. Do you remember He-Man?
Yes,
How
He-Man
many
was great.
moms?
Masters of
How
the
many
Universe.
moms took
Skeletor.
He-Man out for their 4-year-old son?
Oh my
A
goodness!
lot of
Bob,
mums.
So there's an SNL skit where there's this little boy who has his toys. He has his He-Man doll and he has his what's the Thundercat one? Lion-O. And he wishes that they were real and they come alive. I don't want to spoil it for you, but please look it
Don't
up.
spoil it for me.
It's just
Is that Robot Chicken? That sounds like a Robot Chicken episode.
No, SNL.
Oh, SNL. All right.
Saturday Night Live. Yeah, this little boy, Lion-O and He-Man comes alive. You have to watch it. It's like 5 minute sketch. It's on YouTube. But yeah, watch that and yeah, tell me what you think then.
That reminds me, I was almost going to forget to ask you, Bob Dub. When I send you that copy of the recording, do you want me to send you the raw video? Or do you want me to do any kind of editing to it?
Of this that we've done now?
Yeah, the one that we've just
We've
finished.
just done. I don't do anything more with it, Roger.
Okay.
I do it and it is what it is and I don't go back.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I will
Have the
send you a
title
copy
image?
of it.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I was just thinking, have you go to the title image and
Yeah, she sent
there.
it. She sent it to me, but I mean, if she want, because that's the way she used to do the original ones. It was just like she said, no editing. She just did it the way she did it.
Just rough. Yeah.
So I'll send it to you that way.
Okay, thank you. That's very sweet of you.
Hey,
I
Lord,
appreciate that, Roger.
you might want to look up this. It's a video thing, but it's the thing of Norwegians back in it's 300 years of
Now listen carefully, because he's been wanting to tell you this for like 6 hours. He told me this like
Okay.
6 hours ago. So he's
Well,
very
all right.
serious about this. With
It-
Mark Edwards.
Norwegians?
Yeah, it's VIKING. Another word,
Vikings.
it's HISTORUIN, then ISMINUTES. It's on YouTube.
Viking?
Yeah.
Historical moments. What? Viking?
Yeah, yeah, it sounds like that's what it is. Viking historical moments.
Yeah.
Okay.
how they're part of the UK. They're when they came.
Reenactment group.
The history. He was telling me earlier about it. Like Vikings. You know how I always talk about Orkney all the time. And about how they were the ones that started Orkney in Scotland.
Yeah.
And then like it goes over into Ireland too.
Yeah, a lot of Ireland, yeah, Dublin.
Yeah, in the UK. Before UK, I guess before they had king and queen, they were over there too, and they populated the whole lot of masses, and they.
From what I've learned, what they did is they actually went down the East Coast and they populated a lot of the East Coast of England after they conquered Scotland. Now, when it comes to like kings, there were old kings that were before this Vikings showed up, but they weren't consolidated.
Yeah,
and Vikings
tribal.
Yeah, they took over.
Very tribal.
The UK has started its own SNL this year, and I've watched a few sketches, and I'm gonna say, you guys' comedy is so dry. Oh my god.
Brilliant.
There's so much,
Best comedy in the
much
world.
history involved to understanding each joke.
Absolutely. They're all in jokes. You've got to be one of the crowd to get it.
Yeah. So we are very famous for self-satire.
Yeah.
That's why everybody hates us.
Yeah, I know.
I sent you a link. Please send it to everybody.
I just posted it in the chat section for.
Okay, I've got it.
Well, I'm sorry. What were you saying,
He's
Mark?
Viking. Part Viking. So Norwegian and
Mark was defending his comedy over there.
Yeah, don't let him get away with that. don't
Listen, everybody in the world hates us, and they have since forever, and we don't care. We're still the best.
Well, see,
hate on, boys, hate on.
All of the good comedy that comes out of England, the English despise and thinks that it's deplorable. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the best English comedy is like deplorable to like the upper class English or the middle class. Like
I will give you the Peter Pan sketch. That was funny, but everything else UK SNL has done, I don't get it.
Monty Python, dude. Okay, that's all I gotta say. Monty Python, Benny Hill, dude.
That's as good as it gets.
I was going to say the Goon Show, which were the pre-Pythons. You know, the Pythons took a lot from there.
Dave Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Peter
Dave
Cook.
Allen.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Dave Allen.
Dude, he's the one that did the one that I was talking about, the handyman, wasn't he? Where he went around, he was the handyman. Let me pull that.
No, he was the one that was sort of took
You missing a finger?
The Catholic Church was a lot into
he ripped into them, didn't
not
he?
being critical of the Catholic Church, but sort of satire and satire. Yeah.
Which was very interesting because back in those days you didn't criticize authority. You just it was terribly disrespectful and low class to say anything against any. And so he was really transgressing a huge restrict.
But it was the papists he was criticizing, right?
Everybody.
Oh,
he used to end his show by saying, Church. "May your gods go." He loved to rip the strips off the Catholic Church. He really did. He did. But he didn't. Hey, Mark, I'm right, aren't I? He didn't confine himself to just mocking the Catholic Church. He would mock anything that he felt was worthy of mocking.
Okay, now.
Do you know how he lost his finger? He actually had it inside his whiskey glass, and the whiskey rotted it off.
Mm-hmm.
And so.
I've heard that. I want to say myth.
I want to correct myself.
It would preserve it, actually.
It's one of his jokes.
I want to correct myself on the movie. It was called The Ups and Downs of a Handyman, and it was in 1975. And the movie also was done by John Seeley. He's the one that released The Happy Housewives.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Guys,
yeah.
I love you so much. I'm going. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me on your show. It's been magnificent chatting with you. No! What will your wife say? Stop now. I have to go and do the Dude, Where's My Wallet? That was something I was meant to tell you about on something spectacular.
Hey, you got next week.
The Dude, Where's My Wallet?
Next week. You had a great show. And I will post. I'll post that into the chats too, so that you can check it out on Elements.
Okay.
So
thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
have a great day.
Had a good time with your husband with that video we did.
Yes.
I enjoyed that.
Oh, add some context to that, brother.
It was very good. I'll see you guys.
See you later, Bob.
Bye, Bob.
See you later.
All right, thanks, Bob.
Okay, so
the smoking lamp is lit, gentlemen. Port and cigars. Now the
Hey, Roger, you know,
Got no
Bertha,
plan,
she
dude.
was talking about your pull-out game.
my
Right,
pull.
right, Roger?
No,
She was talking about your pull-out game.
which? Oh, that's
She didn't know if you were there at the end of the recording for you to pull out.
that's horrible.
I'm sorry, I've been holding that in.
You have. I'm proud of you, V. You did wait.
Yeah, you shouldn't pull something like that out.
He even said he was holding that in.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
But with cramp,
He's got a million of them. He's got a million of them, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
He's not going to stop anytime soon.
Thank goodness we aren't on the quantum gathering, or I'd be doing
What?
editing like you wouldn't believe, man. Okay, so we're actually at 7:00. You guys want to take a short step away and then come back and do Roger's Real Time Talk Show event? Do you want to do it with us, Otto?
It's getting late for me, and I got to get up in the morning. But when you guys were going to get back together around 8:30, you said? It's 8 here, so
yeah, it'll be right around 8:30 would be good.
Yeah, well, I'll poke my head in and say hi, but I can't stay up late tonight. I really can't, and I got stuff to do around here. But I got some stuff to do, but I'll stop in and say hello. I can do that and spend a little time. But
Okay.
I can't stay up till 2 in the morning.
Pull-out game.
Ha 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 ha! Very funny. Yuck 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 yuck. Muck, 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 muck. All right, gentlemen.
All right.
I'll see you guys in about a half an hour.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Sounds good.
And what I'll do is here in a second I will put in a cool freaking song for everybody to listen to, and you guys can go ahead and just like step away, take care of some business, whatever you got to do, and we'll come back and we'll start Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. Sound good?
Yeah.
So okay. Me figure out what song I can put in here.
Well, hey, I forgot your name again. Well,
Mark.
Me. Okay.
Mark. Well, how you say your last name?
Edward V.
Edworthy. Lord Elworth Worthy. I'm not saying it good, I know.
Okay.
But what I was referring to is on the thing. I found out that it goes into more detail about how far they went and all that. I was surprised about the Norwegians, how where they traveled to and all that.
shadows stretching across the floor. A familiar ghost with a hungry soul, taking pieces to make him whole. No words required when he arrives, just the pulse of those restless lives. Infamous moving in the dim light, the routine of a long cold night. He is always around when the wind blows in, sucking the spirit right off of the skin. I like the way he lingers near, the only presence I hold dear. When infamous calls by to stay, the rest of the world just fades away. Yes, he is always around to bring the dark relief of everything. Constant as a winter rain, feeding on the joy and pain. He knows the route, he knows the path, the steady beating of a hollow heart. Never leaves a trace behind, just the solace I can find. Leaning back in the velvet chair, the scent of him is in the air. He doesn't ask and I don't tell, a secret toll of this private spell. I knock upon the midnight glass, watching all the hours pass. The silence is a heavy weight until he opens up the gate. He is always around when the wind blows in, sucking the spirit right off of the skin. Always around to bring the dark relief of everything. No But instead, I don't sleep, I don't rest. It's just a pulse inside my chest. I will break into the sound, pull the silence underground. I will break. I'm so numb, overloaded where I live. Let me out of this tight and grip counterfeit. I'm so numb, so numb, overstayed inside my skin. Let me out again, twisted nerve, paper thin. I'm so numb, so numb. If you want it, take it all. Watch me stumble, watch me fall. Shut it down, shut it off. Every signal cutting off. You don't hear me anyway. Just another thing you play on repeat, repeat. We heard everything, every breath, every string. I can't pull you out of me. I can't let it fucking be. I'm so numb, overloaded where I live. Let me out of this tight and grip counterfeit. I'm so numb, so numb, overstayed inside my skin. Let me out again, twisted nerve, paper thin. I'm so numb, so numb. Hear it, I'm pushing it, feel it under your skin. Hear it, I'm pushing it. Don't pretend it's not there. You wear it like a second face. You feed it just to numb the taste. I can't hold it back again. Cut me loose, cut me clean. There's nothing left in between. Cut me loose, cut me free. Oh, bury what's left of me. I'm so numb, overloaded where I live. Let me out of this tight and grip counterfeit. I'm so numb, so numb. Break it open from within. Let me out again, tear the nerve, let it spin. I'm so numb, I'm so numb. I'm so numb, I'm so numb. your thoughts. Bed with friends where you become. It decides what you are from. You were selected, don't resist. Every moment leads to this. You were filtered, line by line, cut away from wasted time. Outcome not selected. Outcome not selected. You don't choose. You align. You don't stop. You refine. Stay to signal. Stay.
He drifts in through the heavy door, shadows stretching across the floor. A familiar ghost with a hungry soul, taking pieces to make him whole. No words required when he arrives, just the pulse of those restless lives. Infamous moving in the dim light, the routine of a long cold night. He is always around when the wind blows in, sucking the spirit right off of the skin. I like the way he lingers near, the only presence I hold dear. When infamous calls by to stay, the rest of the world just fades away. Yes, he is always around to bring the dark relief of everything. Constant as a winter rain, feeding on the joy and pain. He knows the route, he knows the path, the steady beating of a hollow heart. Never leaves a trace behind, just the solace I can find. Leaning back in the velvet chair, the scent of him is in the air. He doesn't ask and I don't tell, a secret toll of this private spell. Walking through the garden gate, defying every twist of fate. Infamous finds a hidden vein to wash away the dust and stain. I knock upon the midnight glass, watching all the hours pass. The silence is a heavy weight until he opens up the gate. He is always around when the wind blows in, sucking the spirit right off of the skin. I like the way he lingers near, the only presence I hold dear. When infamous comes by to stay, the rest of the world just fades away. Yes, he is always around to bring the dark
relief of everything. take it all. Watch me stumble, watch me fall. Shut it down, shut it off. Every signal cutting off. You don't hear me anyway. Just another thing you play. On repeat, repeat. We hurt everything. Every breath, every string. I can't pull you out of me. I can't let it fucking be. I'm so numb, overloaded where I live. Let me out of this tight and grip counterfeit. I'm so numb, I'm so numb, so numb. Overstayed inside my skin. Let me out again. Twisted nerve, paper thin. I'm so numb, I'm so numb. Hear it, I'm pushing it. Feel it, under your skin. Hear it, I'm pushing it. Don't pretend it's not there. You wear it like a second face. You feed it just to numb the taste. I can't hold it back again. Cut me loose, cut me clean. There's nothing left in between. Cut me loose, cut me free. Or bury what's left of me. I'm so numb, overloaded where I live. Let me out of this tight and grip counterfeit. I'm so numb, I'm so numb, so numb. Break it open from within. Let me out again. Tear the nerve, let it spin. I'm so numb, I'm so numb. I'm so numb, I'm so numb.
and they're banned people throwing that all away in the grocery stores, and farmers markets are getting real popular here for iceberg
Wait a
lettuce.
minute, guys. I'll be right back. I got a call coming in.
Okay, having weird things.
Got the browser back up and running, and here in a minute I'll hit record and we'll get the episode done. But I want to get Tan in here too. Have you done Roger's Real Time Talk Show with us, B, before?
I'm not sure. You have so many different names for so many different recordings.
This one's a good one. We actually, we started doing like we did in season 2, where we're doing a kind of like a debate format. We go, one person does a comment, and then each person gets to to comment on that comment, and then we go around like a round table. So,
hey guys.
Hey, there's Autumn.
Okay, so basically,
actually, I just got a message and I have to go. I'll be back if I can. Sorry, I'm being
Thanks for stopping by, man.
Hey, glad to stop by. Say hi to everyone, man. Have a great evening. I'll stop back. I'm sorry, I just got called away. I'll be back. Bye bye.
That's perfectly fine. But yeah, we're like, I'll start it out with the first topic, and then each person gets to rebuttal. All right. Now,
what are we doing? Oh, the rebuttal. That thing again.
Yeah.
That thing again.
That thing again.
That thing.
So it gets pretty interesting. So we don't.
So basically, it would be like me saying all Englishmen have small penises, and then Mark would reply back, "No, not all of us. Just most of us."
The only thing that you got to remember is no crosstalk. No, yeah.
I'm joking.
With this, we don't do any crosstalks, and what you do is, like, you let the person say everything that they want to say, and then when it's your turn to rebuttal, you get to make a comment on it, and nobody else can crosstalk with you.
I like that. Cool.
So that's the basic gist of it. We lost somebody else. Who was that? Was that Otto?
No.
There was somebody else in here. I just don't know who. Tan's here.
Me, you, you choice, Robert, and B.
Okay. So it was probably...
There are two of you, Rogers. There are two of you.
Well, that one's the one that's actually pulling the audio, or the video, and the audio is coming from this one right here. So I have to keep this one unmuted to talk into the VoIP, and then the VoIP, my voice is picked up with the OBS. So it's all good.
What's the topic? Are you going to start?
Yeah.
Formally, introduction.
Yeah, I'll do it. I just had to take a drink of that good old coffee, that 100%. So let me.
Good old coffee.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, here with my co-host, Mark Edworthy. Tonight we have a full house. Tanhai Tran is here with us, so is V, and my brother Robert. We're going to continue with our discussion. Now, this year is a bit different than what it was last year, or actually any of the seasons. We went through and started outgoing from the United States, talking about the government or the politics, and then we did England, and then after that we did the EU. This year we decided that we wanted to break away from that because there's just too many countries in the world. So this year we have started talking or discussing we're starting to discuss socialism and sociology, and we are on the third episode, and this is where we start getting into some more getting deeper into the conversation, basically. Now, I've said this at the beginning of each episode. We are doing a different format for this show. We are doing a roundtable where I have to actually moderate, and that means that, like, say if I say a comment, or I make my comment, we go to Tan, who gets to rebuttal. Or he gets to make a comment on what I just said. Now, when he does that, nobody else crosstalks, and he gets to do his rebuttal. And if I wish to respond after that, I can, but I can pass. And then when that happens, it goes on to the next person, like B. He gets to do his, and nobody crosstalks on him. And the reason why we do that is because when you crosstalk, it takes away your chance to actually get to say everything that you want to say, because when you're cross talking against somebody else, then that means that it will allow somebody else to do the same thing to you. So I ask each of you to please be mindful and don't cross talk while we're doing this. So with that being,
well, I was just going to say, and also try not to go down too many tangents, as it would just get confusing for all of us.
Okay. And I'll do my best not to do that. I apologize. So
just muted time this woman.
he's talking crazy Korean to his dog. I love it. Crazy Vietnamese, I'm sorry.
Indian. Yeah, I'm Korean.
Oops. Okay, so tonight I wanted to move forward with start with Marxist and neo-Marxist movements. The most direct connection is to groups influenced by Karl Marx. Now, with the core beliefs when it comes to this, they believe that society is shaped by the economic class, ownership, institutions, and power relationships. Marx argued that institutions such as religion, education, law, and government often reflect the interests of the ruling class. Organizations that are historically influenced or were historically influenced was the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Chinese Communist Party, and various socialist and communist parties worldwide. Now, critics have argued that these movements sometimes sought to reshape society by controlling education, media, and religion, and where supporters have argued that they attempt to dismantle systems by exploitation and inequality. So that brings us into the part that I really wanted to get into, and we finally got here. And this is about the Frankfurt School and critical theory. Okay, now as we discussed earlier, the Frankfurt School asked, how do institutions preserve power? And they examined religion, family structures, schools, media, and culture. Now, their work influenced cultural studies, media studies, education theory, and sociology departments. A lot of critics, a lot of critical theory basically can turn issues into like a power struggle, is what a lot of critics say. They also say that it undermines traditional institutions, and it encourages activism instead of neutral inquiry. Now, people who support the Frankfurt School and critical theory, what their argument is they say that it reveals like hidden injustices, and it challenges unquestioned assumptions, and it expands democratic debate. Now, you also have things like education theories, where certain educational philosophies explicitly argue that schools don't merely teach facts, but they also teach values, social norms, critical expectations, and cultural identity. There's a lot of people that have been major figures in that, and there's plenty of books that have been read on the art thing, but I'm not going to get into all that. But what they argue is that education can either reinforce existing power structures, or they can empower people to challenge them. No, a lot of people who are against it, they say that this encourages political activism in classrooms, and people who support it say that it encourages critical thinking and civil engagement. So right there, I want to stop. I think that would be a good place to open it up to everybody and see if anybody has any rebuttals to what I have to say or any comments.
No. Before you do that, Roger, can you recap for us what is critical theory?
Critical theory. Now, supporters believe that critical theory reveals hidden injustices.
No. What is it?
Basically, with critical theory is they examine religion, family structures, school, media, and cultures. They believe that these institutions preserve power to the elites. Okay, the elites use them to preserve power, and they're really influential in like cultural studies and media studies and education theory. And the big thing that I've noticed is that, like with sociology, that's a big one. And I've always had a problem with sociology when it comes to like history, because if you've noticed in the classrooms, history is being phased out for sociology sociology instead of history. And that's what really got me turned on about it. Since you wanted to recap on that, you want to make any statements about it? Get it started off.
I still don't understand what critical theory is, but I just looked it up quickly then. So let me summarize for the rest of us are not familiar like myself. So it says critical theory is an approach to philosophy and sociology that examines society and culture to reveal, critique, and challenge power structures.
Yeah.
Rather than just trying to understand or describe how society works, critical theories ask who the system works for, who it suppresses, and how it can be changed to liberate people from those unseen forces. Okay. So that's basically it. And again, I don't know too much about this but just from reading that, it sounds very much like socialism and communism.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fight against power structure, liberate people from the power that be, kind of thing. Anyway, so that doesn't give me a very good impression of what it is. I've seen in recent years people talk about it a lot, especially in the liberals community, and they seems to go along with the practice of critical thinking. It seems to be aligning critical theory with that kind of thing, and it seems to how you call it, glorified mankind's ability to reason over and above everything else. So, okay, critical thinking is fine, but reason is not the only way of knowledge. There are 4 or 5 other ways of knowing things. Arts, philosophy being 2 of them. So, okay, fine. Critical thinking is good, but that shouldn't trump everything else. You know, people in that community seems to almost raise it to the level of God status, where, you know, if you don't believe, or if your thinking is kind of a little bit off of what critical thinking ability implies, then you're kind of dismissed as being stupid or low intelligence kind of thing, and that's not something it's not something I would support. All right, for somebody who don't know too much about critical theory, I said a lot. Over to you, Roger.
Well, see, I do want to respond to that before I move on to the next one, and say that I completely agree with you with the whole idea that it sounds like socialism and communism to a big extent, because I always point out that you have to. I hear a lot of people talk about there's a difference, and I pointed out to them, you know, Karl Marx was the one who actually wrote the Communist Manifesto. So let's cut the crap when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Socialism, Marxism, communism, it's all one and the same. You know. But I do agree with you, and a lot of people disagree with me too when it comes to the fact that this stuff is actually being force fed down people's throats. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually something that's constructive and it's helpful to people, because it's not. And I really find it interesting that people don't connect the dots on this stuff. They like to call it sociology, and it's not sociology. It isn't at all. Yeah. It's probably one of the most dangerous weapons that are the dangerous tools, that has ever been created by man, and it's probably going to destroy our whole way of living, our whole society. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Mark Edworthy, because he started breathing heavy, and I want to hear what he has to say.
I can see who's the U.S. citizen there. I think you've been. I think you've been influenced by McCarthyism. You said social. What was it? Communism, Marxism, socialism is all the same thing. Yeah. Socialism is just a very broad church of ideas. Marxism, communism are sort of more entities within. I mean,
you're gonna
you could also say Nazism.
You're gonna have to repeat that. That kind of your audio went all messed up right there.
Okay. What are you lost on?
No, I mean your audio just literally went out, so we didn't get to hear what you just said. The exact same stuff you just said.
I was criticizing you for your McCarthyist thoughts.
No, I heard that. It was afterwards. I'm used to your insults. I just wanted to point out, like, you literally started breaking up, so we couldn't hear you.
Okay, you are arguing that
socialism now, Roger.
Say that again.
Lost his train of thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Roger made you lose your train of thought, didn't you?
Hold on. Let's regroup.
Okay. Recap. Mark said your point was that socialism, communism, Marxism are all the same. I kind of disagree, but I'll wait for my turn.
Okay. So yeah, you are trying to lump all of those things into the same thing. What about National Socialism? How about the German idea of Nazism? That's a form of socialism. So yeah, I think, and also, are you saying that's I don't know, paying taxes for the upkeep of I don't know, social services such as your fire department or the police department, or making sure that the potholes in your road is now a form of communism? That's just laughable. That's just insane. That's just an insane argument. You Tan's point about what was it? Actually, I'll come back. I'll come back. I'll let other people continue speaking, and I'll come back to my thoughts in a second.
You got a little distracted there.
Yeah.
So no, I mean let me make my rebuttal on that, because like McCarthyism isn't what this is about, and I can understand where you're coming from. You are from England, and England and Canada are just saturated with socialism. I mean, you guys actually, other than Marxism in France, the second biggest contributor to the socialist movement was England. There were two separate parties, so that's something that I think should be taken into consideration too, because there was a separation. And then when you were talking about National Socialist, they've changed the name on that, which I do think that that's a form of socialism as well. They call that statecraft. and we covered that whenever we were doing frickin' the EU last year when it comes to Bismarck and setting up state welfare programs so that he could deter the socialists from frickin' making his government collapse. So he used frickin' socialism in order to frickin' eliminate the socialist movement that was going on in Germany. That's where freaking statecraft and National Socialism came from. And I don't differentiate any of that. I believe that all of it is a problem. I think that most people try to differentiate it, and that's where the problem is. It's like, oh, let's call it Marxism. Let's call it socialism. I've read the First International, read the Second International, and the Third. So I know exactly what the differences are between them. The only thing that separates the freaking First from the Second International is the fact that the Second International got rid of the freaking radicals. Not the radical. Yeah, well, I guess you could say the radical freaking anarchists, the anarchist movement. Now, what separates the Second International from the Third International is that Russia turned into the Soviet Union, and they believed in what's called vulgar communism, which is violence. The socialist movements believed in freaking or taking over the freaking governments through peaceful means, where freaking vulgar communism believed in doing it freaking faster with a faster process that involved violence. So, I mean, I've read all that. I already know all about that. And like I said, that's the only thing that separates socialism from communism. And socialism actually started in France, England, and Germany. Those are the three countries that really started it. Okay. So that's all I got to say about it.
Okay, communism is about communism is about the concept of pushing Marxism, pushing the workers being having the ownership of everything, and in fact, the state. When we talk about the workers, we aren't talking about we're talking about the state being the voice of the workers. But communism is about having that on a wider scale than just on a national scale, so on a more of an international scale. Something you did state first time.
He got cut.
The schools and the entire idea of or the destruction of critical thinking that and actually went on this one. So what you are stating is that individuals, there shouldn't be any sort of individual thinking. There shouldn't be any sort of individualism. Everybody has to be, I don't know, the Borg. Everybody has to parrot everybody else's faults. If you are outside of the then you are an auditor. You are you shouldn't have your own faults.
No, actually, that's what socialism says. I say individualism is important. I've always stood by that. You know what I mean? That's what socialism
sort of argument.
So with that, let's pass this on to B. Let him get his say. And he got excited when me and you were talking. So he's probably like fired up and ready to go. We're gonna let you.
Well, I think we should. Yeah, we should just take the turns instead of it going back and forth between two or three people. Let's just take the turns, like you said. So, So this is people hate involving me into this kind of discussion usually because, well, okay, as you know, I'm an occult researcher. Um, I deal heavily with a lot of terminology, and um, the thing about the occult is that if you can control words and you can control terminology, despite what they mean, what 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 is actually comes out of those terminologies is controlled by the person who weaponizes or uses that word the most often and identifies it with things to other people in their minds. Okay, so I don't agree with any of these terminologies. So let me give you an example by what I just said before I go into that. So people, for example, people ask me, they'll try to explain something to me or tell me something, and they'll ask me, "Do I understand?" No, I don't understand. I stand or I overstand, but I don't understand. To say that you understand means you are underneath the power of that terminology or whatever was spoken. So there's a lot of terminologies flipped on top of its head, and a lot of terms that have gotten to before anybody else can get to it and made into something that it shouldn't be. So the reason why I'm saying this is that I don't agree with any of these terminologies. Socialism, okay, well, we are a species that rely on being social. We rely on interactions between myself, you, other people. This is what creates a society, right? So the larger umbrella of everything that we do as a species is, in fact, socialism. Okay, I don't agree with it. The word socialism being used as a term for a particular government or a way a government operates. You know, democracy is a form of socialism. Marxism is a form of socialism. These are all social. If it involves more than two people in something, it's socialistic. Okay, by definition of the real word. So, but this is a terminology that has been grasped and perverted and made evil. Now, I don't agree with these terminologies. Uh, so, for me to say that socialism this or whatever, if there are certain philosophies, I will agree with the term Marxism because it's a certain kind of socialism. We can debate on democracy because of a certain kind of socialism. Even you can bring up anarchy. Anarchists, you could say they're antisocial, for example. That's not even true. So it's these terminologies that people don't bring it into these kind of conversations because it's just these terms, and people need to redefine these terms. This is why we've been arguing about this stuff for years, for decades. Socialism, communism, democracy, republics, these are all forms of, and you say you don't agree with sociology. Well, sociology is nothing but the study of the social. And this is literally what we do on these shows. We are studying and comparing notes on our knowledge of social activities of our species. So, this is why these things have to be defined. This is why, we're asking for definitions at the beginning of this. Oh, well, what's this mean? What's that? What is the court? You should be able to understand what these terminologies mean just from the word of what they're called, but you can't because everything's flipped on top of its head. So I just want to throw that in there because I don't have necessarily any opinions. If you want to talk governments, if you want to talk strictly governments, where you have a socialistic government or a republic or a democracy, or I've already said my opinion many times on many people's broadcasts. Any form of government works. I believe they all work, so long as no one is corrupt. But you add in humans to the power structure, and it will always become corrupt. So none of these things work. So it's just what level of context, what is this society, government? What levels are we actually talking about? And are we influencing them? Are we saying one thing's bad and one thing's good, one thing's right, one thing wrong? So I'm gonna hang back and let somebody else talk, just to gain further information on what it is that you guys are trying to get to with this debate. With that,
All right. Well, you know, I mean, with what you were saying is, and some of what Mark was saying too, is just like, you know, of course, I'm not saying that freaking having organized firefighters and police forces is a form of socialism. That's what most people like to argue in defense of socialism, and when they damn well know that freaking that's not what I'm talking about, or anybody that says what I'm saying is talking about, you know. Now you take a look at like the labor and the socialist organizations, okay? Many labor organizations have historically used these ideas, and you can find it in a lot of things that they say, like the industrial workers of the world, or the democratic socialist organizations, or socialist labor parties. And they're always arguing that the workplaces create like power imbalances and shit, and economic systems shape social values, and institutions can favor elites, and all of this stuff, you know what I mean? And people like me, what happens is we promote or we promote like class we say that this stuff promotes class conflict, you know what I mean? Where a lot of the people who are for this stuff says that it defends the workers and it expands democracy. You know what I mean? And don't even get me started in a lot of these religious socialist movements, because, you know, I've mentioned this over and over again about how they're teaching kids in frickin' Sunday school about socialism, you know? And this surprises a lot of people, because they can't understand that not all socialist movements are anti-religious, you know. You have like stuff like liberation theology. You've got Christian socialist groups, literally Christian socialist groups, and like social gospel movements. And these people, they believe that religion should like challenge inequality, and faith requires social action, and people like me, I mean, what I'm saying is it politicizes religion. You know what I mean? But you'll hear these people say that they teach moral teachings to social problems. You know what I mean? And that's just not the facts. That's my whole point about it. You know, you can try to mince words to try to say stuff like that, but it's not the truth. This isn't about freaking having a fire department and freaking setting a budget up for a police force, or making sure that the garbage man comes to pick your stuff up. You know, this is serious stuff that's actually taking place. You sit around and you hear all the crap going on in your world today, and you get pissed off, but you don't freaking want to admit that this is the issue. You know what I mean? And that's all I have to say about it. So with that, I'm going to change over to Tan, let Tan make his comment, and then we can all rebuttal him. We can do.
Aren't you gonna give Robert a chance?
Oh wait, yeah, Robert, go ahead. Sorry about that. You got to unmute too, by the way. So thank you, Tan.
You know, the thing over there too, that a lot of people seem to forget. There's a whole wide varieties of uses of the whole thing. Okay, if as like in our past, our histories of humans, look how everyone did things back then, from the king and queen, how they manipulated and to get the things that how they want things to progress their way. They did all the things that we're talking about, and it followed through the years, and it just progressively got more intelligent. The process has. With each process, it changes ideals and principles of what certain things were supposed to be, but it alters it. It does. Like in Russia, okay, when Russia covered up the fact that one of their citizens was a mass murderer of young boys, cutting their eyes out because his beliefs is if remove the eyes, they can't see who killed the child. Okay, so the government, as wanting to keep their party, good looking and all that, they cover up the fact. But when everyone's doing this and doing that, and problems arise, is because of the ideals of what they're, how far does it go to, what standards is the ideals of what people would consider, how far does it go? Communist, and where it's like morals. How does morals fit into any of this stuff? How far does it go, or even if it works any longer? Having morals with this ideals, does it work or doesn't it work, or does it fit anymore? Because if you stop and look at it and you think about it, for everything that the way it runs and all that, compared to right and wrong, how far does it go? Far enough or not too far? Because when people gets hurt, and like a lot of people, when people start getting hurt and all that, change and all that, the personality starts to change with it. People, like right now in Florida, they passed a law. They're teaching, I forget what religion it is. It's a requirement of learning it at school now in Florida. They passed a law. Now, when people in places are teaching certain stuff like this, okay, are they leaving certain parts of the good or the bad from it out? Like morals, comprehensions of what's being said, and what do you think of, in what way do you think of it, of what you're hearing? And okay, that's it.
Well, see, this goes back to like our last episode too. Like, and it also relates to the Frankfurt School. I was talking about the Frankfurt School, and I was saying that I'm not. First of all, I don't want to say if anything's evil, and I'm not gonna try to say if it's good or anything like that, because I try to stay away from that. But when you take a look at it, these people, they called themselves thinkers, and they looked at society and they said to themselves, maybe economics isn't enough. You know what I mean? Then they started turning around and they started looking at cultures and how it shapes people. And then that means they started looking at religions, families, schools, and the media. And then they started playing around with language. So every time, like in today's world, we're so used to saying this stuff, we don't even realize the origins of it. Like when you're sitting there and you're talking about morals and you're talking about values and people didn't talk that shit back in the freaking 1800s. It was just good or bad. There was no moral thing. There was no freaking values. They didn't say, what are your values? What are your morals? They didn't think like that. You know what I mean? These people turn around and they created terms like values and morals and standards and stuff like that, and made it to where they could actually socially engineer the way you thought. Okay, we all have been socially engineered because of this stuff. The way we think, the way we believe that the stuff that actually happened. Okay, we still believe like people in the 1800s freaking had their kids go to school, and those kids stood up every day and freaking did the Pledge of Allegiance in those little freaking farming communities because we watched it on freaking Little House on the Prairie. You know what I mean? That stuff didn't happen. People didn't it wasn't mandatory to do the Pledge of Allegiance back in the 1800s. But you know what? You talk to people today and they will swear up and down that's the way it was. That's how we did things back then because we were honorable people. And they've been socially engineered to believing that crap. And it is just not true, you know? And that's the one thing that I wanted to bring up because of what you said. You said some good stuff, but there are some things that I did want to make a mention of. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Tan.
Okay. A lot of good things were said. I want to bring up this point about terminologies. We're all discussing about terminologies, and we need to agree what those terminologies mean, or we can reject it with reason, like we try to do. But so with regards to terminologies, we need to know what socialism is and what its relation is to communism. And we need to know clearly what those terminologies are, what their definitions are. Otherwise, we're going to confuse ourselves and accuse everybody like Canada as a socialist country, and I will get into that. But you read the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Lenin's work along the same line. So socialism and communism are like two stages of a post-capitalist society, where socialism tries to abolish private ownership, right? And so nobody owns anything. The government, everybody is, all properties are common properties, and the government gets to control and distribute it amongst those who need it. So that's the socialist. That's socialism right there. And then the next stage after that, in the utopia, communist utopia, that's the second stage is. Let's see, what would they call that? One second. Yeah, it's basically the final, the ultimate aim what socialism is trying to bring, where it has fully stateless and fully classless, and everyone is free from economic struggles, and that reminds me of Star Trek, right? Star Trek is a communistic society where everybody works, but nobody cares if they make money or not. So it seems like they abolish money altogether. And just they just seem to get along. They have what they need. There's no more greed, right? They somehow eliminated greed. So that communism is that utopia where everybody, where what they are aiming to achieve, and you can already see how unrealistic that is, based on human nature, right? In the 100 years that they have tried to put communism in place, almost all of the communist countries have failed, and the ones that survive have managed to adapt their communistic system into sort of a mix capitalism and communism kind of economy and command structure, right? Even the government officials themselves, they have private property ownership. I'm talking about Vietnam in particular, and the government officials appear to be the well-off people now. So, in kind of suspicious that this socialism and communism is just a ploy of the poor to overthrow the rich, and then in turn they become the rich themselves. So that's that. The second point I want to bring up is that there's a common misconception that countries like Canada and maybe some other European country who has a social welfare system where people with low income, families with low incomes are subsidized with some monthly payment to make sure they don't starve, to be able to provide for their family. Like in Canada, children under the age of 18, from the time of their birth until 18, they're entitled to some monthly payment from the government to help the family raise for that child. But that is not socialism. That is technically what is called as what do you call it? It's a social democracy. It's a feature of a social democracy, and is rooted fundamentally in capitalism. Right? It's the social democracy, this welfare system where the society helps to take care of the poor in the society. That's the feature of capitalism. So I don't know if America, the United States has that. I'm pretty sure they do. But basically, I think that's all I want to say for now. Yeah.
Hey, can I add in on that before
switch? Hold on. Actually, I've got to keep track. You are after Tan. Who's after Tan? Is it Mark?
VK on.
It's Mark. Mark, yeah.
Okay, so
I would like to, and great points. What you guys are saying. I want to touch on what Tan just said. It's it's these defining of these terms, because you'll get some people in a room together, and you have the room divided. One side calling the other side Nazis, and the other side calling the other side Nazis as well. Both sides hate Nazis, but yet they're calling each other Nazis. You can do that with just about any group of people. One side will call the other side Marxist, the other side will call the others socialist, because nobody has a full grasp of these formed ideas. As Tam was just saying, you have, you have the rotation of people in power, and they're supposed to embody this, or they're supposed to embody that. However, you still have the common folk, the people that can't take care of themselves, underneath some sort of programs like welfare. So what I think we have is a bit of blending. Yeah, everybody's a little bit socialist. Yeah, everybody's a little bit of a capitalist. Everybody's a little bit. I think everybody's a little bit of a blend of something, and that is to go with what Roger was saying earlier, with the social engineering. I mean, there's so many of us on this planet, so many of us in this country, to where, I mean, yes, you have different class systems. You have the classes that generally don't like each other and are against each other politically, but we do have a dependence upon each other that it can't be disputed. We kind of need each other. So, what that social engineering has done, yeah, you had the people that had to say the what do you call it, the national anthem. Okay, you had to say you had to say the Pledge of Allegiance, rather. And I remember when I was in school, I believe it was like second grade, where a teacher gave us an announcement that we no longer had to do it if we didn't want to. I immediately stopped doing it. I've never done I've not done it since second grade. It's like, why am I pledging allegiance to something that is built to enslave, entrap me, and make sure I have the worst life possible and no success in life? The system is built against me. Why am I pledging allegiance to it? I've had these thoughts even as a small child. Yes. So you have the social engineering. Yeah, you create, but when you have these people who are told they have to do something, and something as small as pledging of allegiance, you are showing your card of who you really are as an oppressive system. And the government knows, and this is learned through other oppressive governments, that that their oppression will be challenged at some point in time. Dissent will come up at some point in time. It's better to let people think that they have the freedom to do so, and when they think they have the freedom to do so, they'll end up just turning on each other, and the system will survive. That is the point of the social engineering. You bring out the individual. Yes, absolutely, because the individual is harder to educate than it is a class. When you have the individual that is uneducated and he approaches the class system and tries to fight it, he has no power. Okay? This is all by social engineering and design. So I just wanted to give kudos to everybody who said what they said previously. And with that, I'll pass it on.
Okay, do you want to rebuttal 10 high train? Dan?
Sorry, guys, go on without me. I'm pretty occupied for a little bit.
Okay, so you did pass, Mark, so do you want me to hand this over to Robert, or do you want to make a comment?
I want to make a comment. First of all, your belief that the Pledge of Allegiance, the Pledge of Allegiance was never mandatory is incorrect. The Pledge of Allegiance first became mandatory, legally mandatory in state schools, what you would call public schools, in 1898 with the New York, New York legislation, which was entitled an act to encourage patriotic exercise in the public schools of the state, i.e. Chapter 481 of 1898. 18 states passed by 1940. 18 states passed laws making the flag salute and Pledge of Allegiance mandatory in state schools. This was overturned in 1943 by the just a second, I saw it then. West Virginia State versus Barnett law in it was illegal in 1943. So you are incorrect on the entire argument of the Pledge of Allegiance was never enforced.
2 years before the 1900s, you're incorrect. And
1898 is what I've got.
Yeah, 2 years before 1900, dude. Like 2 years within the 1800s does not make it
1898 to 1943.
And that was in New York legislation where socialism in the United States began.
Okay.
If you want to connect socialism with the United States, you start in New York.
It's even New York.
I'm sorry.
Great appropriate joke at the moment. Okay, very appropriate. You also talked about inequality of inequality. Were you referring to inequality of opportunity or inequality of outcome? Because this is a major talking point at the present moment. I mean, in Britain, with all the or even in the US, with all these sort of issues like Black Lives Matter and the trans thing, we are talking about the equality of outcome rather than the equality of opportunity. So we've got 50% males and 50% females in public sector. Doesn't matter if they've got the ability to work in those jobs. We've got to create quotas. We've got to create quotas to make sure that the outcome fits the percentile. So you are ignoring the entire meritocracy sort of point, and also you are also ignoring the entire point, as I think Tan mentioned, or V mentioned, even in relation to individual agency. Or in fact, Tan actually mentioned that. Yeah, saying that that there is no such thing as individualism, and everybody's based upon a certain groups, and
Hold up, are you aiming this at B, or are you talking about me?
When it comes to the inequality or the equality of opportunity or outcome, because you said equality or inequality, and you didn't actually specify what you meant.
Well, I mean, he just made a comment, right? Like, well, actually, this is Tan's thing. So yeah. Well, when it gets to my turn, I'll make a comment on all that. I thought you were talking to B. This is.
I was a little confused there because there's the obvious inequalities that we've had here in the United States. I think obvious, in our history. So I'm not quite sure what you were meaning.
Okay. There is an argument at the moment saying that there must be, let's say, there must boards of directors must have an equal amount of women versus men. If the public sector, public services must have a certain percentage of blacks, certain percentage of Asians, certain percentage of trans, and ignoring the ability of those employees, you are being people are being pushed in as diversity hires, just to meet a quota. I mean, up to quite recent, up to just on Monday, David Lammy was the Justice Minister in the UK. He had no ability. He was an absolute idiot. He only got there because he was black. He wasn't pushed into the role because he had the ability to carry that role. He was pushed into that role because of his skin color. So yeah, equality of again, equality of opportunity or equality of outcome.
Okay, so usually that would be Tan's chance to rebuttal. I believe that was Tan's turn, right, to rebuttal.
Yeah.
And since he hasn't come back in yet, I will hand this over to Robert, I guess. Do you have a comment about anything that has been said so far? I know you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Well, here's the thing. Well, it's like what Tim was saying, but at the same time too, it's a double-edged sword too. If both sides don't understand what the other side's coming from, can they be anything coming from it? Okay, and it's like with the same thing as what's going on now. Okay, about all that, like with cars, the new tech stuff that they're putting in, it follows the same direction right there, where they want to know what you do, how you do, or all the information about you and who you associate with as well, to where they can find out, are you a party member or not a party member? Okay. what type of person you are to where they can evaluate you for who you are, who you associate with. What kind of affiliation are you? Okay. And all groups do this to where before they think that, okay, it's like skull and bones. You have to go through a certain thing before they permit you to be in their organization. Like, okay, and like there's wide varieties of misled information about this and about that, and both sides does it, and that's when common sense you would think that to know all about the groups of that, you would know more about what to watch out for if you don't want to understand the process of what, like if you're one or the other, you wouldn't have to know about it. What is it about? To where you use your own best judgment about certain things. The type of person, it tells you too of the morality of a person that follows certain things of the certain groups. What is a morality? How does morality fit into all that? Okay, everyone seems to forget about morality, conscience. Okay, what type of conscience does it take to follow through with it? Okay, with all what we're talking about. What type of morality falls into it? Okay, because you and like different countries have different ways of what they consider morality, social standards. Okay, why different types of it, and that's the thing that a lot of people don't put in consideration. And what I'm referring to is as well, it's like, okay, the U.S. just lost that amount of jobs, okay, and our government don't have a thing where if you, since they're going to be cutting more down, okay, of the benefits, because there's more people that have no longer jobs, they're going to eliminate some programs. Because if you spend more than what you have, you have to get rid of something, okay. And they already like when that happened about with the bank statements where they were selling breaking up the promissory notes, okay. And but what the banks did is they sold the homes, okay. And they said that if you have no money and you can't make your monthly payments, you're out of there. For the people that lost their jobs during that time because of it, the banks told them that they had to leave. They couldn't come up with all of the money all at once, so they had to leave. Don't make no difference. Our government ain't going to do that either. If the government has if you hold no purpose for them, they're not going to lift a finger to help you financially. There's going to be no homeless shelter for millions of people that's sleeping out in the streets for sleep, to feed, or medical. Because they got this thing that when you go to the hospital and you see the doctor, they bill you for it. Okay. And if you can't pay for it, they put you on a list, a black mark list. Because lawyers, they got a TV commercial about that. They do that if if your hospital's chasing you down for money and all that okay. And I know I had to pay over $3,000 to my bank, to my hospital, because certain things wasn't planned. I did not know this, but they explained it. But they point blank say that medical bills, they can prosecute you for that too here in the U.S. If you have no longer a job, no way of providing nothing. If there's okay, how is the government going to work out this thing of job or help money wise for the millions of people that have no jobs, no homes? Okay, what is it? We're not Canada, where Canada supplies free medical.
You're muted, Mark. So
Okay.
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Now we're getting that carried away with this cross talking stuff, and Tana's back. So now
I want to just
no, hold on. It's still time for me to make my statement too, because you said quite a bit, and I do want to be able to make some comments on this. So let's not make it a free for all. Let's try to do this.
Okay, you go first. I'll go next, and then because I've got a few views on this one myself.
Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up.
Okay. We're still going around the table after what you had said, so it's it's been getting pretty hectic too, because Mark Edworthy has turned into a wild man tonight. And,
you yourself as well.
No, I did. Okay, so basically, you were talking about socialism not being a part of Canada, and I've heard a couple of other people, especially Naroki and his buddies, talk about, there's no socialism in Canada, and I know that isn't true, because I've actually done research on this, and there was a compensation for labor that happened in Canada during the early 1900s, where socialists rewarded individuals based on their economic contributions, and that was according to their ability and according to their contribution. This actually is something that a lot of people don't understand about Canada. Like, they were actually the cheerleaders for socialism, which was what they really pushed for was the Fabian organization, where a lot of the people that were a part of the Fabian group actually migrated over to Canada, and they heavily supported a lot of the ideas that were coming out of England. Canada was also into Marxism during that time period, were like massive waves of British working class immigrants. It wasn't necessarily the government, because they did put a freaking squash on it, but they couldn't stop the working class immigrants that were coming to Canada during that period. And a lot of these working class were involved in the freaking British Independent Labour Party. Okay. And that's where a lot of that took off on, and that's why that Canada is so saturated with socialism, because a lot of the socialists in England was actually moving to Canada. And we covered this, I think, the second year that we did this show, and it's actually a pretty good topic, to be honest with you, because I wanted to go back over that, because like when the Labour Party first started in England, there was a lot of killing. It was kind of like freaking watching the old mafia movies from freaking here in the United States. Like, the socialists were killing off freaking the Nazis and stuff. Now we're talking about Nazis because anti-Semitism was a really, really growing problem in England back during that time because the prince actually supported freaking Nazis. And the Labour Party was a big movement that was growing up in the country at the time. And there was literally like gang wars over it that were happening. So there is a lot that's going on there, and people still deny that. And like when it comes to socialism here in the United States, okay, socialism here in the United States started in New York. And when you were talking about the American flag thing, that was 2 years until 1900 started. And it started in New York and 18 other states. Now, New York is also the freaking ones that started coming in with the freaking prescription medicines. They're the ones that push that. That's another big thing. Socialism didn't really hit off real hard here in the United States until the New Deal came out, and that's when it really exploded and people started. And if you really wanted to get technical, it started mostly with the League of Nations when they first came about. So you've got a lot of socialism that happened around that time period. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And they push this stuff on to people. And they brainwashed them, you know. And it's like today, when you look at these social justice movements, okay, you'll see a lot of these activists. They draw from critical theory. You'll hear feminist theory, post-colonial theory, you know. And then there's also race, critical race. I think now they've got. You know, and all of the common themes to them is like systems of power and institutional bias and social constructs of norms. You know, that goes right back to the whole thing I was talking about with the whole thing with morals and values and everything. And that's what they do. They think that like your language and how you say things shape reality when in fact it doesn't, you know. All that does is it divides people into like oppressors or the oppressed. You know what I mean? And it reminds me of in Paris or France with the French Revolution. You know, where they suppressed dissidents, you know, or dissent. You know. That's exactly what this stuff reminds me of, and it promotes ideological freaking conformity. You know what I mean? You have to conform to these ideologies in order to freaking be a part of, you know, and everything that I've been talking about. Okay, I'm talking about freaking the way these systems think that freaking it should be going on. These aren't my personal views. Okay. My personal views is the individual rights should be above everybody else, and you know, excessive individual rights. I do agree that they are a bit excessive. They call those radicals. I'm talking about I'm talking about classic liberal freaking viewpoints where the individual's rights should be freaking just as important as the group's rights. It shouldn't freaking be freaking any individual group. It shouldn't be any if one law pertains to one person, it should pertain to everybody else. Okay, but that person's rights is just as important as the freaking group. You know what I mean? The what is it? Freaking Spock said it. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. That is a load of shit. Okay. That is a load of shit. It is just not true. Because freaking Captain Kirk proved it when he went back and saved his ass. Okay. So that's what I wanted to say about that. So I'm going to pass and let somebody else talk.
Okay, if I may.
Hold on now. Tan has a chance to rebuttal, man. You want to say something?
No, we open it up to everybody else, so let Mark have his say, and then I can. You didn't point to me directly, so
it's your
you called it, so Mark, go.
No,
You
we're
messed
trying.
up.
We're,
You
no,
messed up.
we're trying
It's
to
funny.
do
It's
this
funny
orderly.
how you seem to want to rebuttal after everybody else.
Well,
but
I
you
mean,
will not allow
no,
anybody else to.
no. This was
fantastic.
Tan's
Let
comment.
Mark
This
go.
is Tan. You're the one that
Yeah, but
actually
you like
butted.
to
No,
rebuttal
you're the
every
one that
single
actually
time.
butted in and wanted to
You
make a
butted
comment.
in.
Yeah,
No,
but you
this
did
was
say if anybody else want to comment.
no. We're going
Oh, you
around.
butted in.
Remember?
Off of me.
No, we're going
Okay.
around. We're going around. Okay, that's the way it is. You're the one that made the comment, Tan.
No, but you should have called me out next, but you said anybody else, so it was open season.
No, we don't do that. I just mentioned it.
Yeah, you messed up, man. You messed up.
It was my turn. It was my turn to comment on what he had said.
Yeah, but you seem to do it after every single.
It's like right now. It's like right now. Okay, after me, freaking, he gets to rebuttal, and then after Tan is done, it is actually freaking V's turn to go. You see, not yours. So
you did open it up to anybody else.
No, we're going around. We're going around like we've done for the last 2 episodes.
Being a bit of a hypocrite. You are being a bit of a hypocrite, sir.
Yeah, and I agree. Sorry, Roger.
I don't.
But, okay, let me say something.
Okay, there you
go. I think Rogers, you're right. A lot of the people, socialist people coming over from the UK, have had major influence on Canada. You're right about that. Yeah. And I think some of those influence have leaked into public policies in Canada, but still, like I don't know, employment insurance, for example. I don't know if U.S. has it, but Canada has something called employment insurance, right? Where the workers get deducted out of their wages every month a percentage to pay for this employment insurance thing, so that if they eventually get unemployed, get fired, they can reclaim 60% of what they paid in to that as some sort of compensation while they're interim, looking for a new job. Says that. Yeah, and so Roger, you're right. But still, Canada as a public system overall is a social democracy. And number 2, Canada as a multi-party political system, and the Socialist Party is actually one of the political parties in Canada. They have their office right next to, like 2 blocks off of where I used to live 20 years ago when I came to Canada. So that was kind of revolting, to say the least. I walk by their office every day when I go home from school. So, but yeah, and I think a lot of that, I mean, those socialistic ideas have leaked into the Liberal Party of Canada and the New Democratic Party of Canada. So a lot of their agendas are, you can say, are socialistic. But we're fighting like America does against those socialistic ideas. And I think sometimes at times it feels like overwhelming, like they're their movement is the liberal movement or socialistic ideas are kind of winning the battle at some point. But conservative ideas are still a big thing in Canada. So let's hope we keep it that way. Even though from the United States point of view, Canada has gone way overboard in terms of liberalism, but there's still some of us conservatives up here.
Okay, so now I believe after you is B, right? B, do you have anything?
Actually, I'm actually quite interested in what Mark wants to say because he's very.
I believe he's. You've already had your opening statement, haven't you, Mark?
So far, if you've gone in sequence, then you were the first person, then Tan, and then I'm somewhere.
Okay, so you can go ahead then. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. I'm totally lost now.
Oh,
totally.
Come on!
Knew it.
That's because he was so fired up and mad at me, and then when I gave him what he wanted, he freaking went brain dead.
Okay. Robert, actually, I agree with you and Tan on a lot of points. Something that you and Robert, especially Robert, brought up, the point of not understanding where other people are coming from. It's not so much not understanding, it's more denigrating the opposition. I mean, in history, we've seen people that disagree with the state in Russia as being called kulaks. These days, we see the term far right being bandied around so much. So if you do not agree with what the state says, if you want to raise issues that are uncomfortable with the state, then you are far right. I mean, in this country, if we talk about, I don't know, the rape gang issue, we are far right. If we talk about individual agency, far right. So yeah, it's more to do with forcing people not to understand by denigrating the opposition. Also, Robert talked about association. I associate with a lot of people. Doesn't mean I agree with them. No, a lot of them. In fact, me, Roger Tan, we've all had discussions and I've disagreed on many points, and doesn't mean that I hate people. I dislike you guys, but it just means I disagree with you. But I'm still associated with you. So yeah, association doesn't necessarily mean that you agree with. You go into the sort of groupthink concept. Your little Star Trek, Roger, your little Star Trek Spock quote just reminds me of Marxism. What was the quote again? Roger?
Yeah.
Sorry, remind me what's the quote.
Which quote?
You're underneath a monarchy, or what's the official form of the government in the UK? Are you still underneath the monarchy?
Huh?
The one that Spock said about few outweigh the few.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, you're talking about with Spock. Spock says that the many outweigh the the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Yeah, which is a fully sort of Marxist quote, really, if you think about it.
It really is.
Just one more point. Wilbert, you said Canada receives free health care. Again, Britain as well, by association. We don't receive free healthcare. We receive we receive healthcare at the free at the point of need, but we still pay taxes to receive that healthcare. Therefore, it's not free. I mean, the money has to come from somewhere. It doesn't magically disappear out of thin air. Those doctors and nurses still have to be paid somehow. So yeah, I totally dislike the sort of idea of this, because it's provided by state government, if you like. Then it must be free. No, we still pay it in taxation. But yeah, anyway, that's my thoughts.
So I've got to try to get the rotation back. I know after you, it is B's turn to respond to what for you to rebuttal with what he has to say. So go for it, B.
So you guys, hold on a second. Ooh, that's starting to burn. So in the UK, the democracy, your form of government is democratic, even though you still have a king and queen, right?
Yeah.
They're just ceremonial. They're not technically empowered. So, but you still have social programs. I assume for those who are in poverty and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you've got more of a sorry, I got a guy here in the background. So you have a mixture of social programs. You have a parliament, which is democracy, and then you have the monarchy. So you've got pretty much everything over there. Yeah, the AI on the Google says, King Charles is in charge.
Okay, just to clarify that, the government is sovereign, but any legislation that is approved by the House of Lords and the House of Commons has to be stamped by the monarch. In theory, the monarch could say no. He is, I think, last time this happened, I think it was in the 18th century, maybe early 19th century. So, yeah, but in theory, even though these days it's more of just a rubber stamping sort of exercise, but in theory, the monarch could say no.
So, in theory, well, I mean, you've got everything working over there, and I could see why there was a socialist movement and why it would come from there and spread to places like Canada and then reach over to here. I mean, I know Canada is having their relationship with China, right? And as Tan Hai was saying, even the communist governments around the world have still adopted a form of capitalism, a mixture of capitalism. So, I mean, everybody is sort of infecting everybody. Is any state truly socialist? Is any state truly democratic? Is any state truly a monarch?
Okay, North Korea.
And so, which one is better off for their own mixture?
If you want to have a look at a true communist state, then I would suggest maybe Belarus or North Korea.
I mean, because we have a world market, okay, international economy. So these communist states could not exist without some form of capitalism or them adopting some form of capitalism. And so, I mean, this was the whole fight across the planet between communism and capitalism, you know, the West and the East. And so my thing is this really a situation of who's in power, which system works best? You know, I know Roger was saying that he didn't want to call any system evil, but it seems like the modern governments these days are adopting pretty much whatever works and whatever there's a mixture of. That's my only standpoint. If anybody wants to have a rebuttal on that, please go ahead. I give up my turn.
Okay, so do you want to make a comment back at him, Mark?
Again, I would just point out North Korea and potentially Belarus there being more communist, let's just say. You could argue that North Korea is fairly communist, and you could argue that Belarus is extremely communist, but again, we shouldn't just conflate. We shouldn't conflate communism with socialism per se. Yeah. And that's a danger that I think Roger was sort of falling down on, maybe.
Okay, so after B, Tan said that he is going to have to leave too, by the way. He says he probably won't be able to get back before the end of the show. So with that being said, I guess after B is Robert. So Robert, do you want to make a comment on real quick?
Yeah. Well, about the Soviet thing. Well, you look. Well, Russia. Well, the way things operate and the ideal, how you want it on all. You could apply all three for one thing. For each one, for different situations on the way you want it understood, the way things I have to operate, how you want it, and where people understands it. Because if you don't, then you like how like the communist book, you know, the playbook of Stalin, and that if you don't obey by how he says and understand it, there's consequences to everything that don't get done, and when he says for all that what we're talking about, leaders they play that off. They do, like governments, like the U.S. Okay, if you don't obey by what they say, they make problems arise as they do, cause from it. Okay. And you can have where they take out your check, okay, and you get a percentage back, like Tan was saying, okay. But the problem is that's going to run out after a while, okay. And after when that runs out, there is no more to it, okay. When you pay when you lose your job and you apply for a social security, wait, I forget what you guys call it when you work and you pay into that. Well, that runs out after a while, okay. And if with people thinking in that tone, they're not. You look at the way people get about when it comes to money and the way things runs. Okay, it doesn't inspire people to sit and look and say that when time hits hard, there's always going to be something there because there's not going to be nothing there. It has to be because if there's no money and you got more going out than what there's coming in, okay, then you're looking at multi-million people starving. We're going to be a third-rate country. We will be, because there's not going to be no food for the people that have no jobs, have no homes. Yeah, because you stop and think about it. Okay, they're saying on the news by the year 2032, there's not going to be no Social Security. Okay, for people that's on it won't have no job, won't have no money. Okay, if you ain't got no job to pay for your utilities or your food or a place to live, okay, are the governments going to give you a place to live for free and at their expense, or help with utilities and food? Because our government, as it is, it's instead, because before all the cutbacks of government, we were running into billions and billions of dollars wasteful in our government. Okay, it was to the point that we were spending money on things that you guys in the UK don't have a problem with spending. Okay, and I'm sorry, but for same-sex marriages and all that, it's not no big thing. But when it starts we call bringing problems for other problems arises from it, where when you gotta look and you gotta spend more money on building an extra bathroom or create other newer things to fit the new prerogative, instead of saying male, female, and then for the third it would be neither. You're not a boy or girl, as they say. You're, I don't know how you phrase it, but they figure that they're entitled to their own brand of laws, or however they want to say, and follow there should be rules, new laws being brought up for them. Okay, medical and all that. But then when you do that, you're not you're a male or a female, one of the two, and it just creates more of a bigger problem. You're wanting to shove that your ideal of what you are to other people. The way I would look at it, it's not so much as I'm this, but you have to face that this is the way this is, and people have to live with it, and that's true. But not to the point to where it's costing them lose out on their parts too. Because like when governments are telling you that you as a father have no right to refuse your child of the same sex operation, you had no right to say nothing. Okay, that's what the U.S. was referring to. And the jobs and all that, you can have your jobs and you can pay that tax into that when you work and it takes out your tax. But that's only going to cover a small percentage after a while. What happens to it when it runs out? Okay. How's the government going to handle it if you're a full-time, have no job? If there's no jobs out there for your qualifications, how are you going to tend to get a job? What is the government going to do? Look at the past of how government was a long time ago, how before they start having all these new rules and laws put in place for jobs and all that, where you have to be a certain age to work. Okay, that's the thing that people and right to work and what I'm referring to is right to work is if as long as you're able to work and you want to work, it's awful hard where when there's problems where if you don't know nothing about the new stuff and all that, and you're being more or less getting penalized from it because you don't keep up on the new stuff or you don't understand it.
So are you done commenting on what Mark had to say?
Okay. Well, like he was referring to about, but we do got to watch out when it comes to socialism and all that, because it just affects in everything, in government as well. Because this government does seem to follow that same way of thinking as well too. Because when you listen to them and you look at the rules and laws, you look at from how far at the beginning of the U.S. how they mapped out how it's supposed to stand, the rules, the laws, and all that, the ideals of the U.S. and everything about it. And you look at how it slowly it's changing, altered, and the ideals of like what we're talking about, how it's going that direction. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, now Mark, do you want to respond to that?
Indeed, I do. First of all, government expenses, government money. What government money creates? This is not government money. The government expenses is taxpayers' money, taxpayers' expenses. Yeah. The government only makes raises money for its own needs during election times. This isn't. Yeah, stop thinking that this is government money, because that's a ludicrous idea. Also, Social Security runs out. That may be true for the US, may be true for Canada, but in Britain, somebody can be unemployed for all of their life. Especially now under the universal credit system that was put in, I think, 2013. Yeah, you can be unemployed for all of your life and still receive benefits. And in fact, if you're earning under a certain point, a certain amount of money, you can still receive a top up from the state on the taxpayers. Also, money running out. Roberts, it's obviously you've never heard of the idea of quantitative easing. At that point, money is just something that is created on a spreadsheet. Once you add another note on to the end of the spreadsheet, go ahead. And money can be borrowed through international organizations and international banks and paid back at a future generation. I mean, or there's the old joke of what benefits the government is the state is paying out at this moment will be your kids' kidneys will be paid at a future point out, and hence the point of bonds. Also, the idea could even see within the next, 20, 30 years, universal basic income. If the idea that everybody will receive a income, a wage, if you like, irrelevant if they're working or not working. Obviously, you're potentially paying more taxes if you're working to pay for the UBI, the universal basic income, but the idea of universal
You keep fading out. I don't know if you can hear me. Your audio keeps screwing up on you.
Okay, what points did you miss?
Just the last couple seconds.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying that concept of UBI is still there. It's still being floated, and if we are going to have a sort of command control economy where we will always fiat cash will disappear and so-called central bank digital currencies comes in, then UBI will be much more easy to administer because again, it's just a matter of numbers on a computer somewhere. It's just a number on a spreadsheet. But yeah.
Okay, so now since Tan's back, Tan, do you want to comment on anything that Wildman Lord Edworthy has said right there?
No, not really. I do want to bring us to the point about that Frankfurt School philosophical thinking and how they relate to the socialism. Just want to bring us back to that because Roger, you brought that up, and I don't know too much about the Frankfurt School and how they relate to socialism. So maybe we can all talk a little bit about that from what I just read up in the last few minutes. Apparently, they are the evolved form of socialism, or the rebellious child of socialism, where these thinkers started to realize that socialism has failed, and so they try to come up with some explanation for why it's failed, and they have evolved into this theory of an alternative, evolved form of socialism masqueraded as critical theory, and and sneaked it in through the Western world, and apparently they've been successful at it because a lot of their ideas are very prominent in American and maybe even Canadian society. Yeah, so maybe we can all speak a little bit about that and what we know of it and what we think of their influences on our society today is.
Well, that sounds like a
Maybe
plan.
Roger, you can.
Yeah, that sounds like. Well, I did actually want to kind of mention a little bit about that when it comes to what Mark Edworthy was saying there. There's something else that I did want to mention too when it comes to like, and again, Mark said it, and I hear everybody say this stuff about socialism and how it's a slippery slope when you try to compare it to communism, which is just a complete load of shit. Okay, because you need to understand what socialism and communism's relationship is with one another. Okay. Now, socialism is basically just a transitional economic and political phase towards communism. That's the first stage. Okay. Now, both systems, they both seek to replace capitalism with public ownership and work control. But the only difference is socialism permits wage labor and private property, where communism envisions like the stateless and the classless and the moneyless utopia that you were talking about before, Tan. And that's the difference. It's the only difference. Okay. Now, ownership of property, Investopedia is one of the places where you can go to. They have an overview of the differences between socialism and how it allows for like personal property and some levels of private businesses. And then there's the communists where they call for like the total abolishment of private property, with all of the resources owned by the community. You know what I mean? So that's basically what it is. Socialism is just a transition into that. And I do believe that people. I do believe that people have been literally socially engineered to believe that frickin' that's not the case. That they're two totally separate. People honestly believe that they have nothing to do with one another, and they don't understand it is just a transitional stage to communism. That's all it is. When it comes to what you were talking about. The thing about it for me is like language. Okay, now you listen to all of these people, like Mark was talking about rape gangs and stuff like that. Okay, I don't listen to that, just like I don't listen to the socialist propaganda either, because like when you listen to the language, you start understanding that there's two languages that say the same thing. There's corporations and then there's institutions. Okay. Now, this is the interesting twist, you know what I mean? People who are critics of this, both the left and the right, they argue that large institutions shape language, social norms, diversity policies, workplace values, and public discourse, all right? And you usually find this going on in universities and in large corporations, media organizations, and the government. Okay, but here's where all of that really matters. Okay, now this critics disagree on why. All right. Now some will say that this is like a socialist ideology, and others will say this is a corporate branding. So you get those two things. It's a socialist ideology. No, this is a corporate branding. Okay, then you'll hear others turn around and say that this is just like cultural evolution. Okay, nobody ever asks like the big question, you know. I think this is probably the most balanced way to frame it. Basically, there are schools of thought that argue society shapes the individual. Then there are organizations that use those theories to advocate social change. And then there's critics who worry that this is going to become like social engineering. That would be me. And then you have supporters that argue that it's necessary reform. Now, when you hear reform, that's where you're hearing socialism. Everybody who freaking says reform, they usually agree with socialism and they encourage it. They'll lie and say they don't, but they do. Okay. So the debate isn't whether institutions influence society, because almost everyone agrees that they do. Okay. The real question is who should have the power to shape society and how much influence is too much. Okay. That's the truth behind it, you know. And nobody wants to freaking answer that one, you know. Who should have the power to shape society and how much influence is too much. So that's all I've got to say on the subject. I'll hand it back to you, Mark.
Who's next?
Mark's got he can rebuttal.
Okay. I agree with you on the second point, but on the first point, your socialism is a stepping stone to communism. Would Adolf Hitler agree with that? Would Heinrich Himmler agree to that? Would Joseph Goebbels agree to that? They pushed National Socialism, but yeah, and you tried. Yeah, if you were around at the time and start calling them communists, you would probably be laughed at, or even worse. So yeah, so I find your argument about socialism being a stepping stone to communism as an automatic stepping stone to communism, a bit ludicrous, a bit silly. I'll leave that at that.
Okay, so now it's B's turn, I believe. You want to make your statement?
Well, several good things were said that should be talked about. So, socialism as a stepping stone. Well, you know what? I kind of look at that as like a gateway drug. You know, that's sort of the same vein of thought here, school of thought. Yeah, you know, marijuana can be a gateway to doing heroin. Marijuana could be a gateway to doing crack. Marijuana could be a gateway to becoming an alcoholic. Um, and the marijuana is the socialism here in this metaphor. So it can be a stepping stone to any direction. It's a tool. Well, the terminology and the sociology of it is about who controls it. It can be used in any way. I mean, I give you the example. I used to be a general in the Black Panther Party. Okay, now we know the socialistic and communistic ideas of that. You had a system, a government and society that didn't want blacks to have any rights, didn't want blacks to have any money, didn't want blacks to have any property, didn't want us to even exist in America. They want us genocided. Okay, so they took on socialism so that they can share their resources, so they can share a mind frame to unite. It was used, socialism, to bring people up. Now you have the same, well, not the same, but a different kind of socialism over there that happened over in Germany, and we all know a certain group of people got genocided. Okay, I don't care about the numbers, if it was 6 million or not. And a lot of people overlook the fact that 50,000 black people, European blacks, were killed at that time as well. So you've got this sort of socialistic mob mentality that does make political moves and is sort of that dangerous mentality from one direction, or one that can rebuild from another. I'll give another example. You've got affirmative action was brought up earlier, and it's like, okay, well, as a black man, I can tell you, I've had a unique history with my work history. I mean, I've been hired, and I've been fired as quickly as I've been hired, just because, assistant manager comes in and he wants to have a chat with me. This assistant manager happens to be an ex-cop, a disgraced ex-cop, and he finds a reason to fire me. I've come across this a few times. And so, I mean, affirmative action. So, okay, let me put it to you like this. So, you have these people, who should control, right? So, if I have all the qualifications needed for a job, and I go in and apply for a job, technically I should have that job. But no, it's by the discretion of the employer. Now, the employer will have his own, he or she will have his own bias in one way or another. I mean, I've gotten hired to jobs just because I was a minority with a beautiful smile. Oh yeah, we can use that guy. Oh, he sounds so intelligent. Yes, we can use him. And then you have the other people who are just like, they one glance and it's like, oh no, not having this. So there's that social aspect when nobody's thinking about, or rarely somebody's thinking about the economic aspect. So you've got these people controlling who can make a living and who can't. And then there are people out there that are upset that, oh, okay, this person has dark skin, let's give him a job. I don't know why anybody would be upset about that, but there are people that are upset about that. So you've got that coming from two different directions. If everything was right and socialistic ideas were left out of it and left purely mechanical and economical, my qualifications on paper should automatically get me a job for what I am qualified for. That should be the end all right there. But you have a class of people who say who they want to prosper and who they don't want to prosper. Okay? And it's really messed up because, the idea of Social Security and the people not working for a living, and as they say in the UK, people on the dole, okay? As an American, and from what I know from being an American and talk to other Americans, there are people who are on, assistance that they say, screw the assistance, I want the job. I want to work. I want to work. But those people will never get that opportunity because of political, racial, religious, whatever biases that are out there. People who are in control of this economic system, who only, again, it's a class, and that creates that class system. Okay. So, imagine that. This socialism, creating class systems. See, it's all muddied up. I don't know how anybody can put any definitions to any of this stuff. It's all muddy. To put a label on something like this sort of thing, because it goes every direction in any direction. I'll give you another example. So my wife, she was having a hard time, even though she doesn't have to work. Her family's rich. She was trying to get a job. I was encouraging her to get a job, and it's like, okay, she has a master's degree in social science. Okay, most of the jobs she goes to would tell her that she's overqualified. They're not going to hire her. But then again, she does go for the jobs that she's qualified for, and they'll tell her, oh, when did you get your degree? Oh, your degree is 20 years old. We don't want you. So you're stuck in a rut because of what society wants and what the system wants, and those people who are in control, who has the power, which is what it boils down to. You can use all these labels all you want to: socialism, communism, Marxism. You can use all these terminologies all you want. It all boils down to who's in control and why they're doing the things that they are doing. So that's my extra 2 cents in on that. Go ahead.
Okay, so I believe Robert is after you, which is going to be good because it'll give freaking everybody a chance to listen to Robert talk, and we can figure out the best way of answering that. That was a good one, and that was your statement too. By the way, that wasn't your 2 cents. You were actually making a pretty solid freaking statement there, which was good. So I just wanted to point that out. Robert, go ahead, unmute.
Well, what I'm referring to is that with each thing that there's so much what goes on in politics, today's life, and people, the way they look and think about things. Okay. And we do got to think about this. Okay. Because what about the next generation and how they're going to look at way life is at that time. Okay. If everyone's looking at it like the way it is right now, and if people can't comprehend the downfalls on certain ideals and how prosper it is, okay, like, and how far that's going to leave the future, in what way? Because as long as you look at how the government is now, about how they're setting rules and laws up and all that, okay, and what I'm referring to is like with the car, okay, that's another way of spying on people, data transfer, building up data about all sorts of things. That's one right there, okay, where they have them, because it's a big old thing. They made a big old commercial about a guy sitting there moving his face, saying, "Get that out of my face," about the camera being put into the vehicle, and about data and all that being multiplied and being so, where, how far, and all that, and where, all sorts of things. But we do have to watch out, because in our past, we have had that problem where overreaching, when government overreaches in all the ways we're talking about, and people that follows that same ideals that we're talking about, Okay, and they go to the point where they get aggressive and don't really give a about how far it goes. Like Russia, okay, like Russia and so Stalin and all of them. Look how all that was, okay, and that was, the overbearing people that wanted their way at any way, form, or fashion. And if not, if you didn't bow by how they looked at it, it would be problems. They would pushing their ideals the way they would want things to be ran in their way. And that's a dangerous thing because, like with medical and all that, and however it runs, and like with Mexico's in that way where people don't own their land. They don't in Mexico. They don't. No, Mexico. You as a father, when you get married in Mexico, I found this out from my dad was explaining it to me that as a father, you have to sign up for your son at the age of 5 where he can get a house where they have to locate a piece of property for him when he hits 18, if he so chooses to live there. And on that, they sign you a piece of property. They do in Mexico, and Mexico as well too. That the government there, it's gotten to a point where the law enforcement has to wear a mask over their faces where when they arrest people, especially like what just happened down there in Mexico. Well, you heard about it probably, about the fires, the gang members pulling people out and all that, shooting and burning buildings and cars in Mexico because of it was a shootout of the big the gangster there. He was taken down by Mexican authorities, but there they don't believe in people own, but however the government runs on that. I don't know. Well, it seemed like probably somewhat. I don't like what they were referring to about Russia, about that they own no land. They don't. They get signed of a. They get a sign of a place. They do. Russia does. Give a place to where you live at. And well, medical, and I'm just referring to because like when you stop and think about it, okay, we do have to watch out because we're people are saying we're getting to the point where we're intelligent. Well, people do need to be getting more intelligence about in this situation because it can turn really dangerous really quick when people when people goes a little too far with the ideals and the solutions of them ideals. People take it a little too far. Like we call them groups that. Perfect example. The the ones that committed suicide in California because of the flying saucer was going to come and pick them up. I forget where. I can't think of their name.
Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, look at them. Okay, look at what that guy did there. Okay, he took an ideal, built onto it. He used words and the way he phrased it and all that for the sole purpose of He believed it himself. For him to believe it, he got people to believe it as well. Okay, because he believed in what he was saying as well. And that's a dangerous thing when people go to that point in any direction. And like I'm saying, you have where's your different things about yourself, what you will and won't do. How does that represent? How far when a person gets to that point, that dangerous, where they believe in what they're talking like that? That sounds off a bad situation. And people today we do need to be watching out for that. In government as well too. And why look at what happened. Okay. We do not need as to me, we do have to watch out because we have to make sure that the people that actually is running our government is part of the government. We have hard enough time keeping the ones that are here, who are citizens, from selling out the government as it is. We don't need to add more to it. It's like what happened with Cuba, the Cuban spy for 45 years here in the U.S. And Cuba was paying other politicians to help him get farther up in the government and all that into key spots. That's all like what we're talking about. The mindset. He doesn't have that. He thinks in that way of different ways of. For each of them things, for someone that comes from Cuba, Cuba to me is like Russia. You know, if you don't watch it, if you don't obey by what they say, there's problems arise from it. Okay, and that's a dangerous thing. And when Cuba sat there and set him there, and he collected all that information from the U.S. for what he found out, to find out that because he's a dual citizenship, that gave him all rights. No, dual citizenship, because you're there. Okay, yeah, you might be here in the U.S. You could have a dual citizenship, but it should be up to a limit. Okay, but then when they do this thing about checking people out, for him to be passed, had no problem going through, and with background checks, and didn't find nothing out. That just good. There's good people that knew how to manipulate the situations for what because that's a heck of a mastermind. However it happened for the process, however their process is of doing that, is pretty good. Because to pass off that dual citizenship and you're in Congress and for 40-something years, for all that time, and they do a background check on you for government work, and that's pretty good when you stop to think about it. Because you misled all the right people, you manipulated them people to believe in that who you are, the type of person you are as a person. Because if you can do that, and we do have to watch out, because what kind of standards are you leaving for the future, the younger people too? Okay, because when people and the way they're talking today about and the money situation, because what people don't stop and think, they're wanting to sit there and eliminate the World Bank, okay, as any part of the U.S. money. They're wanting to transfer it all over to Bitcoin. U.S. government money would be all Bitcoin. That's what they're. This is what I on YouTube. That's what they're saying. A bank and a few places with that. And if that is the case, that's what I'm referring to. That's going. We'll look at what that would be like. Okay, they're talking about changing the whole dynamics of the U.S. money, how everything about it. Okay, how government getting paid, other governments owe, how the U.S. owes money to other governments, and that, and how is that going? And then we don't have to worry about the credit score thing, as they said. Okay, but well, we do have to, we just with the things about that, we do got to watch out because we are falling into a bad state of mind of when people doing the things that they're doing and have no hesitation of that. Okay, and when people, I mean, we do got to watch out for it. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so B, thank goodness you're back. Do you want to comment back to what Robert said?
Absolutely, I do. Well, you say it's a dangerous road. We're heading down a dangerous road. We gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. But I must reiterate the point I've been trying to make. It really doesn't matter. I mean, democracy is dangerous. Mob mentality is dangerous. Okay. This is so. It's all about who is at the top, who controls the apparatus. Okay, I can't stress that enough. We fight about labels, and it's sort of like like with the Freemasonry. Okay, the speculative Freemasons. In order to join the speculative Freemasons, you have to believe in a higher power. It doesn't matter which higher power. It could be Jesus, it could be Buddha, it could be Allah. Okay? At the end of the day, your oath is to the Brotherhood and its higher power. Okay? So, you might deal with city councilman such and such, who's a Catholic, and you might deal with Representative so-and-so, who happens to be, a Protestant. At the end of the day, they're working with the devil's red tape. Okay? It's all about the social engineering. Now, they have us believing that everyone is divided when we are the only ones who are divided. If we did get together and became a single mind, the government would be terrified. Okay, this is where all that social engineering comes in, and to make us all individuals and to give us each our own opinions. Because, yeah, we feel empowered when we do that, but at the end of the day, if we're individuals, well, see, the whole point of the individual is to be the seed. From a free public standpoint, from a free society, free and open society, the individual is supposed to be the seed that ideologies or even checking the system, looking for the corruption. Yeah, you have these social justice warriors and all these other people, but they're keeping us on our toes. They're pointing out the hypocrisy in the system. They're pointing out things. Now, when you have the individual that can become enlightened and wake up, is that person's duty to go and start a movement. If anybody agrees with it or not, but if that's what keeps the government in check, then or keeping them from taking our freedoms, then that's what's needed. Now, we again are so divided, compartmentalized even. COVID did a hell of a job. I probably shouldn't have said that on this cast. The Cove did such a job on us, and we all became literally compartmentalized. We had such political disunity, I should say. Is that a word? We were all just so divided. You got people, family members, not talking to each other anymore over, whether they like Trump or not. Are they going to vote for Trump? Family members just excommunicating each other, and the church, So I mean, it's all dangerous. However, it's a climate. So when they say political climate, it really is that. You got your precipitation, you got your heat index, okay, you got your pollen, and all the stuff put together makes up the weather, our environment in which we must live and exist in. So some days you got good weather, some days you got bad weather, because all these elements come together. Pointing out this element, pointing out that element, hey, that's great. But the wisdom of the situation is seeing how it all plays together, and how is it going to hit you? Do you gotta wear a vest outside, carry a gun, or can you walk around outside nude? These are the kind of things that shape all this stuff. Yes. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying here. It's just, when you say it's dangerous, the danger is always there. The heat index, where there's cold, hot, but the thing is it's going to be dangerous for certain people who have certain issues, right? When you think about that kind of stuff, you've got the poor, you've got the minorities, you've got this religion, that, you've got different students of different, even sciences. I watch a lot of quantum physics sort of stuff, and there are 10 different schools of thought, at least, about interdimensional beings that are theoretically, physically possible within the fourth or fifth dimension. You have the string theory, M theory. You've got all these people with these different schools of thought that all completely disagree with each other, and we cannot prove which one is right. And that's sort of what we have right now with this sort of thing. We can't prove that socialism is bad in the context that you use the word socialism. We can't prove, any of these systems of grouping and compartmentalizing society as beneficial or detrimental. It's our way of life, really. And again, the only way that you can tell that any of this stuff is good or bad is who's sitting at the top and how is it benefiting us. That's the only parameter. That's the only litmus test that I can even see for any of this stuff. So, but yeah, that's all of it.
All right. So after Robert, we go back around to me, and then we go to Tan if he's still awake. The one thing I've got to mention is when it comes to what Mark was talking about with the Nazis and everything. Well, there's a couple of things, but I think that's where a lot of people get confused when it comes to socialism, because yes, Adolf Hitler would have been pretty pissed off if he was thought of as a communist. But you need to understand exactly what was taking place there. Now, National Socialism, which is actually considered to be like, which is a term, it's statecraft, was actually originally conceived by freaking Otto von Bismarck. Okay, when he was ruling ruling under King Wilhelm I, who eventually became the first German emperor, Kaiser, after Bismarck planned how to unify Germany. Okay, now he actually got along with Emperor Frederick I and Frederick III, who had died. He only ruled for like 99 days, and he died from cancer. But where the falling out was after freaking Frederick III died. Rule was turned over to Wilhelm II, and he was pretty ambitious. He was the grandson of Wilhelm I. And he clashed with freaking Bismarck, and eventually forced Bismarck to retire at right around the late 1800s. Now that is where National Socialism came from, and it had fallen apart because of Wilhelm II, who had become ambitious, and where Bismarck wanted to maintain a peaceful relationship with the surrounding areas around frickin' Germany. Bismarck II wanted to be aggressive, and he wanted to expand outward. Now, the whole thing about this is like fascism was real, but the whole difference between fascism and socialism is that freaking Hitler and Mussolini had learned how to take socialism. They had learned how to take socialism and manipulate it into a monopoly. Okay, and that's where they learned how to monopolize the socialist programs that were developed under statecraft. And when you look at Russia and you look at Germany, you got to remember too that Germany wasn't the only one that was killing people. There were thousands and thousands of Jews who were murdered in frickin' Russia as well. Okay, there were freaking thousands and thousands of freaking Slavs who were murdered in freaking Russia too, and this is all a part of what we're talking about here. It doesn't matter what their beliefs are, and you know the thing about beliefs is weird, because this goes into the language thing, and this goes into what you're talking about, B. Okay, like you take a look at belief, the word belief. Okay. And then you look at linguistics, okay? When frickin' they came out with sociology and linguistics, all of a sudden beliefs turned into ideologies. And last year, me and Mark had done a show where we had found out that ideology was actually developed because frickin' they turned around and they took people's belief systems and turned them into a means of motivating a population into doing what that country wanted them to do. So it became a weapon. Okay, words were being weaponized. And that's what's actually taking place, and that's what's taking place now, you know. And this whole thing about compartmentalization, this falls right into all of it. It falls into the whole critical theory. It falls into socialism. It falls into all that. See, what they're wanting to do is they're wanting to frickin' compartmentalize you. That if you believe in this, they want you over here in this area. If you believe in this and you don't believe in this, that's fine. You don't need to be over there. We'll put you over here in this group. So all of a sudden you got all these different groups. And if you dissent from that group, that's okay. That what they'll do is they'll take you out of that group and they'll create another group for you to be in. so that you can be in this group, and they just keep creating groups so they can keep you freaking separated and isolated so that you can only hear what your freaking group wants to hear. So when I hear people sit and talk about freaking nationalist bullshit, I know that that's what they're doing. They're being compartmentalized. When I hear people sit and talk socialist bullshit, I know that's what they're being done. They're being compartmentalized into that social group. You go on these freaking internet websites, okay, and all of a sudden you freaking see just nothing but Donald Trump posted everywhere. You know exactly what that is. Just like when you go on freaking, you know, these freaking these liberal or woke groups, you'll see a bunch of freaking woke and liberal freaking shit on the front page. You know what that is. That's all a part of it. That's what compartmentalizing is. They want you in those areas. Okay? Do you really think it's just because Rumble is so nice that they're freaking just allowing you to put content up on there that you know damn well is copyright infringement? Okay, you know what that's all about, okay? They're trying to move you from YouTube, and they're trying to move you from X, and they're trying to move you from this and that so that you can go into your special little freaking group that you fit into so that freaking they don't have to put up with you in these other groups. It's all social engineering, you know what I mean? And eventually, when Rumble gets big enough, they'll start doing the same shit that freaking YouTube did. They'll start freaking cracking down on the copyright infringement and all that shit. But for now, they're just going to let it slide because they need to freaking grow and get bigger, you know? That's all a part of it. And it has to do with freaking everything that we're talking about tonight. And it's been going on in every aspect. It's not just in the freaking social media. It's not just in internet. It's everywhere, you know. And I think that's the one thing that gets me. And I don't listen to the race baiting anymore either. You know what I mean? Because I've been noticing too that that's become a big deal. You know, I don't care what your race is. I don't care what your freaking sexual orientation is. I don't care freaking what your freaking identity is, what you identify as. You know what I'm saying? You identify as a human being, and I'll be cool with you. But that's it. I mean, I don't care about unisex bathrooms at all. I have no concern over that. You know what I mean? If you want to sit and you want to talk about real politics to me, I'll take you serious. I'll sit and listen to you when you want to freaking have a show about freaking bullshit. Like freaking, is Donald Trump going to freaking do this, or is Donald Trump going to do that, or how freaking awful it is that freaking this person is dressing up like a furry and freaking, you know, I'll listen to it, but I'm not going to take you serious. I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm just not that type of person. I don't have it in me. And that's just the way I've always been. I believe that freaking a lot of things do need to change. And you're right. Democracy is dangerous. But democracy is freaking something that the Greeks had, and 80% of its population were slaves. So I'm aware of that too. You know, if you wanna talk about true freedom, freaking, you know, you got to really think about what that really is. We were just talking about the republics. You know, I was talking with Mark the other day about freaking Florence. Florence was about as crooked as it could get, dude. They were freaking murdering each other on the streets, and these were politicians. You know, I mean, these weren't just average.
Era, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got to really stop and think about what you're talking about. And it's just like when people talk about oligarchies, I hear that word being thrown around so much. It's pathetic, dude. Oligarchies and autocracies. Now, the whole thing about those two things, when you start saying words like that, you have to freaking have somebody who's supposed to be like the head of the freaking, you know, There's supposed to be one ruler in charge of all them, but nobody seems to freaking know who that one ruler is supposed to be. You know, you could call it freaking an absolute monarchy if you want to. That would make more sense. But if you're going to say autocracy, or if you're going to say freaking, oligarchy, who's that ruler going to be that's ruling over the top, telling everybody what they need to do? You know, that's all I'm saying. Figure out what the hell you're talking about. And, because of a lot of this stuff, I'm even rethinking like linguistics. I used to love freaking, doing research into that and finding out what words mean and stuff like that. But I'm starting to actually realize that linguistics is also a way that they've been using to freaking control and social engineer. So I'm really starting to rethink about a lot of things that I'm doing too and what I'm thinking. So that's all I have to do when I comment on that. So I'm gonna stop there, and if you want to respond to that, you can. I don't even know if that made sense. You?
Yeah, dude, you're right on it. I agree with 96% of that. Something that I would like, we should have this discussion again. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, but I sort of ran into this when I was reading about Machiavelli and the whole Machiavellian era, and I came across something called the 48 Laws of Power. Now, I have read that through and through. I sometimes I go to sleep listening to the audiobook to it, like at least once a month. I have the audiobook going of 48 Laws of Power. Now, I've sort of optimized it. I came up with at least 6 more rules of power. But that's something for another day. But after going, I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, but if you guys aren't, go through that, and then we should come back and have the same platform, same topic. So I think that would be, Kaioken times 10 on the subject. So, democracy, slaves. As a matter of fact, I'm so glad you brought that up because my wife, as you know, she's Austrian Polish. She the other day she was like, Jefferson had slaves. I was like, yeah. You talking about Thomas Jefferson, right? Like, wasn't he one of the forefathers that made America free? I said, yes, made all white men free. Yes, absolutely. Her heart was broken when I told her that America's forefathers owned slaves. That's not common knowledge around the world. It really isn't. They thought, if you ask anybody around the world, in the general population, they thought that our forefathers freed all men. And they didn't. So, I had to break her heart. She's getting more and more disillusioned about America as I'm explaining things to her, because she wants to come to America, the land of the free, the land of opportunity, the land of beauty, and all this stuff. I keep telling her it's a sugar-coated dystopia over here. It's sugar-coated. Don't listen to the propaganda. I've told her the stuff that I've been through since I've been in Illinois. I've witnessed the stabbing. I've witnessed shootings. There was a shooting between cops, an old-fashioned shootout, cops and robbers in front of an elementary school here in Rockford. I tell her all these things that I've seen and things that are happening around me. She thinks that like I'm in the deep slums of New York or something. It's like, no, I'm just in a town right above Chicago. Like, I've been shot in a drive-by shooting. So there's this whole, you want to talk about ideology, ideology into propaganda. Okay, let's go further with it, and just that level of control, having control over what people think in America is one thing, but outside of America, I mean, talk about the mental slave grip on the mind outside of America. Okay, and it, yeah. So I agree with what you said. Yeah, absolutely. I'll pass it on.
Okay, so after me, it is, which one? Is it Tan or is it you, Mark? It's one of the two. I always get you two mixed up. Mark, Tan, are you after me or is it Mark?
I have no idea. It doesn't matter. You make the call, Roger.
Okay, go ahead.
Looks like a Klingon and the other one looks like a Vulcan.
Yeah.
Don't get it mixed up.
Well, I don't say that stuff about Tan because he knows martial arts and he lives in Canada. He'll come down here and whoop my butt, dude. So
that neck pitch.
Yeah. So go ahead, Mark. Go ahead and say your piece so that we can, because Tan's driving right now. So you're muted, by the way. You're muted.
There. Yeah, I presume we are wrapping up soon, so sort of final thoughts sort of thing. I'm not going to go down your unisex bathrooms thing because again, we've had long conversations about protecting in individual sex, so protecting women on that point, and I think we disagree on that point up till then. Social media. Your point on social media. Appearing on multiple social media platforms, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, whatever. People have a choice to use whatever social media platforms they want, and they are entitled to choose whatever content they want. That's an individual choice. It's again, our content is on multiple social media platforms, so the entire sort of up to a point, say up to a point because I'm thinking of blue sky here, but up to a point, you can get all kinds of content on all kinds of social media, and some social media platforms you can get the same content on from one social media platform to another social media platform. So I'm not sure if I agree with your sort of insular grouping on when that comes to mind. Robert mentioned what was it? Two things actually. Robert mentioned three things actually. He was talking about the US adopting Bitcoin. That's not absolutely true. The US, like many countries, are looking at blockchain-based central digital currencies, not necessarily Bitcoin. So more centralized digital currencies. And he was talking also about car spying, and it's worth remembering that those cars, agreements for data to be transferred to certain parties are not governmental remits. They are private sector corporations that the data is being transferred to. Robert also was incorrect about Russia assigning places to live. That might have happened pre-91 during the Soviet Union, but these days people are free to move in Russia, decide to can decide on where they want to live. Russia is up to a point is somewhat democratic these days. So yeah. Just one final thought. Both you, Roger, and V were talking about what was democracy is dangerous. It made me think of the famous Winston Churchill quote. And I'm not going to use the. I'm not going to try and pretend I can do a Winston Churchill sort of accent, but just to quote him, many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So, sure, democracy isn't perfect, but it's the best that we've got at the moment. And on that note, we can leave it there.
Yeah, that's a good. It's a good point for me to pick up on. Yeah, because I noticed, being Roger making that point too. We started up this conversation with talking about the rise and fall of socialism, and then sounds like we went down the wrong pipe, wrong end, with some sort of conclusion that democracy is dangerous, and we're not sure if socialism is bad.
She said.
Well, I mean, you got to be totally ignorant of history if you don't think socialism is bad. The socialism is the political system attributed to the most killing of people, of its citizens, of all the political systems. And economically, I mean, if you visited a communist country like Cuba or North Korea, then would you still say that you don't think you think socialism is you don't think socialism is bad? So there, history have shown that socialism does not work for humanity. So I'll just put that out there.
Okay, so do you want to do a rebuttal to anything that Mark and Tan has said, B?
Well, so I've given several examples of why socialism is good, and I've given several examples why it's bad. Again, I think the entire point is being missed is that the over, I guess you could say, point of this is that I'll go back to my original statement. In my opinion, any form of government is good. Well, that will work for humanity. will work for its population so long as there's no one that's corrupt in the government. But we are people, and there's the inherent evil that we have deep inside of us, especially power corrupts and corrupts absolutely, right? So socialism, democracy, any of these things are going to be bad so long as humans run it. But we as a people have the opportunity and the mind to keep these things in check. This is why we have a balanced world. This is why the world turns around. It goes and goes and goes. So socialism worked for Black Panthers. Didn't work for the Nazis. So I mean, it's just who is the culture? Who's running the money? There's too many factors to say broadly that something is bad, or broadly that something's even good. Everything's based on human nature because we are social and we form societies. Socialism is inevitable. It's what we do with it that makes the difference. And yeah, that's it for me.
Okay,
can I rebut to the rebuttal?
Well, we are hitting 3 hours. I was gonna suggest that Robert take us out and everything. So after you're done, Robert, you just take us out because we're gonna end up falling asleep if we keep doing this. It's so bad that Mark can't even be rebellious and mean and dastardly like he's been all night. Like his eyes are falling asleep. We've been so rebellious, dude. I swear we haven't had an argument like that since we did Untether with Mr. Robot, dude. It was fun. Yeah,
it was pretty nice tonight.
Well, yeah. Nobody got accused or nobody said litigation in this one, at least. So I know I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, go ahead, Tan, and then Robert, you take it out, okay? After he's done. Okay. So.
No, let's pass it. Let's take us out.
All right. Go ahead, Robert.
Oh, okay. Well, like Tan was saying, okay, there's gotta be certain things where people do gotta pay attention to, because it's like our past. If you don't remember the past, we're doomed to repeat it, and them type of ideals and all that is easy to repeat in any form of fashion. And what I was referring to about the vehicles is that, okay, with they've already shown with technology can be used in so many different ways of however they want to. And they don't have to let you know that they're using it, just that they have it, a document of everything what goes on and with who. That holds a lot of important information and all that. That's the thing of everybody's talking about that, but it follows the same direction as about the technology in the car. Okay, it follows. They can do whatever they want to you with the information that they get as however they want to. Like if you're doing certain things that you're not supposed to be doing, okay, and you're driving around with a car where it tells you where you're at, the distance, and who you're picking up, a photograph of your face and that person's face, all the information about it, okay, that at any point in time, they can use that to make you do however, okay, in the same process. It's the same thing. You can just because it's a different time period, they're still doing the same thing like they did in the past. manipulation, talking you into do certain things, because if you don't, this what can happen and all that with whatever they got on you. You know, like you force someone to do certain things, you put the fear into them just by what words, your words and the tone that you use, and that get the point across real loud and clear. You lead a person by the nose. Stick your fingers up their nose. They're going to follow you wherever you go. If you go through a dog doo-doo field, they're going to follow you because they don't want you to come out their nose.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to. After you said doo-doo.
Okay. Well, but we do have things we do, and what, like with new things that are coming up, what I was referring to is if you got less people, okay, if you got 100, if you got 2,000 people in your world, and then half of them, about like 45% of them is working, and 55 is not, and you're using that money to supply things to the people, for all people, you got problems. Because 45% of them are the ones that's working and have the money. The other 55 ain't. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, so with that, I think that would be the best place to actually sign off on this. Before we go, though, let's go around and get everybody's socials. We'll start with Mr. Edworthy. Mark, could you give everybody your social?
Just one site, minds.com. Username Edworthy.
Okay, how about you, Dan?
I'm on Nostr these days. You can find me at ch2tran at primal.net.
Okay, and with me, I will be using my Nostrs too, just to let you know, Dan. But at the moment, I gotta remember how to use it because I'm not really familiar with all the call signs yet. But I am on Nostr, and I'll start saying that in my socials as well. But for now, I'm at minds.com at Roger_Hanson. You can also find me on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. I am on Minds or Element Matrix as well at Roger's Hangout. And I am at Roger's Hangout on Teams, even though it makes me sick that I have to say that. Now, B, if you want, I can tell them they can come.
Ladies and gentlemen, make Roger get on to Teams. Chat with him on Teams. Make him stay there.
Okay.
That's the only place where I can talk to him. He won't give me his phone number, so I can't text him.
Well, you know why I don't do that. Shit. I don't want you calling me all hours of the day, and you will call me all hours of the day. Now,
hey, you know what? See, you're so antisocial. This is why you hate socialism.
Okay, so with that being said, I'll say, like I usually say, if you want to contact V, you can contact him through me, and I can get in touch with him, relay messages onto him and everything. And the same with Robert. Robert right now is currently in between socials. For this tonight, that was actually pretty cool, I think. So if you guys enjoyed the show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section, not just in the chat. We'd love to get feedback from you in the comment section, and it helps the channel. It helps the platform and the algorithm know that channel is active. And I know people don't believe that, but it actually is true. Rumble actually has on their monetization that they want at least I think it's 20 comments in the comment section so that you can get paid. And I'm not on the monetization program, but I do know that that is true. So that's how important it is to Rumble. And I've actually heard it through the years on YouTube as well. So that's why they have watch, like, comment WLCs, just so people know that. Watch the video, like it, and make a comment. That's the best way you can contribute to a person's channel. Thank you guys for being on the panel tonight. This was a very, very good conversation. We even got Mark Edworthy riled up. He showed his Britishness, his Royal Navy-ness. If that's even a word.
I'd like to say, Robert had some really good comments too.
Well, he really does get into this kind of stuff. He's got a lot of good stuff to say about this stuff, and he's had to deal with this stuff all of his life too because he's handicapped. You know what I mean? So he's actually had experience with a lot of the stuff we're talking about. So with that being said,
I think he's handy capable.
Yeah.
Hey Tim,
well, hold up. Let me go ahead and end the show, and then you guys can have a conversation because it'll still be streaming. We'll just end the show. So, yeah, thank you guys for watching, and we will talk to you later. All right, now we're done.
I was wondering when I was asking you about that meat and all that. Where, like, when you would buy from a cow, the whole cow to have it butchered and all that.
He just will not let us.
I'm asking a guy.
He's gonna make me go to the butcher shop next time and live stream.
Yeah.
Live stream the butcher butchering a live cow.
Well, not so much a live cow, but I was referring to the. Okay, when you order, because they got places where you can order a half a cow or a whole cow. But I'm asking questions like whole grain cow or grass fed cow. The meat, in what way is it?
Yeah.
Texture is better, flavor, or less fat in it? Because
you're presuming Tan orders a whole cows now.
Well, see, the thing of it is I told him that freaking Tan does restaurants.
Yeah, and
now all of a sudden he thinks like he's a master chef who freaking butchers his own chicken.
No. When he sees the stuff that comes in,
he's a freaking. I'm telling you, you guys talking about racist and shit. You know what I'm saying? He sees an Oriental guy who freaking is into the restaurant industry, and all of a sudden, you know what that means. He's cutting up his own chickens.
I don't want to ask him about the price
that's why
killing my own cows.
Yeah, like he's
racist when you would walk up to a guy and ask him
that's
about
stereotyping, Robert. That is
I know that.
Stereotyping.
Well,
but
he
don't
didn't ask about any dogs or any cats, though. Come on.
Yeah. Well, he mentioned that before. He actually, I mean, we were on one show and it was late at night, and he starts talking about fucking cats in Chinese restaurant in Mesa, and it was like, thank God, freaking Tan fell asleep during that episode.
Well, no, what I was referring to is okay, the guy, he wouldn't have to know about what's the best stuff to get the way it looks.
Why?
Well, because he's a restaurant person, and he has to make sure that
I live in Middle Devon. I live in the Middle Devon. I got cows all over the place.
Yeah, I know. I would be asking Mark. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I agree.
But can you tell me, okay, what best parts of the cow if you when you got the cow hanging from your meat hook?
You know what's the best part of the cow?
You know nobody are bitches. We
you go to a meat plant and then you do the process and you tell me what to look for.
Well, Robert,
Okay,
I'll
do that just for you. I'll go and get employed as a butcher in some meat plant.
No.
He does that stuff too. He starts asking people who aren't freaking even like professional in that freaking area.
I can answer his question. I can answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
The best part of the cow, when it's hanging up like that, all defenseless, the rump.
Oh my god,
the what?
dude.
The what?
You know, that reminds me of a freaking Eddie Murphy movie where freaking he was an orphan and he ended up marrying this real heavy set woman that he was in his foster family who adopted him. Norman, yeah, that's it. And the only thing they would let him eat is like the turkey's ass, dude. So all of his life, he thought the best part of the freaking meat was the turkey's ass, and that's all he would ever eat.
What does turkey ass taste like?
I don't know.
Like turkey's ass.
That was one of the most interesting freaking movies I've ever seen, dude. To be honest with you, it really was. It was. It's weird. I didn't say like. I said it's just. It was very weird. Like that's not Eddie Murphy at all. It's way off the beaten path.
But why I was asking him that for is because the guy, since he deals with a lot of material, a lot of stuff, his expertise, like you, okay, you work for a company.
You're just trying to fish for information, dude.
You're
trying to get him to do stuff that he doesn't want to do.
Oh. Well, I just figure asking because the guy, since he does.
So let me ask you guys a question. Do you want to do another show?
I would like to do another show, sure.
Okay. Do you want to get Tan and Mark?
They're gone right now, I guess.
Tan is probably just gonna step on. I don't know what Mark is doing, so. But yeah, if you want, man, we can do another one.
Remember how Tom Dugan right there, his meat was always tough and I found out on the thing that when he would butcher the cow, he wouldn't let the meat cool off. He would just have it butchered, bagged, and put it in the freezer. That would cause the meat getting tough.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
why are you so fascinated in cows?
He's fascinated in it.
I was thinking of doing like what you said, okay, about locating a place that that they sell meat. They do at these places, like in Florida, Georgia. There's 3 close by here that you order a half cow or a whole cow or a quarter of a cow, and they process it and all that. But they explain what they do. Okay.
He what happened was, he inherited like the worst part of my grandpa. Okay, my grandpa wanted all of his kids to freaking sit out in front of his house and sell snow cones. And then he came up with another gimmick where freaking he was wanting us to make freaking caramel apples and walk around the block with them inside of a wagon and sell them to the neighbors.
Yeah.
So basically, the poor version of the Jackson 5. He was a bad. He was like what, Joe Jackson? They abused him.
I think they all thought like that back then, man. They were like, "Oh, freaking, we got to make money and make the kids do this because everybody likes little kids, So we'll have them freaking selling snow cones and candy apples,
child labor.
So do you guys want to do another show?
What's got in mind?
Right now it's esoteric agenda. Talk about math and the ancients.
Are you talking about that?
Number before matter.
Whoever are these ancients?
Well, you're going to have to come onto the show to understand who they are.
I can do one more show.
Okay.
I've
Yeah,
made
why
myself
not?
a tea.
See, it'll be talking about the Egyptians, the Greeks, and we'll even talk about Mesopotamia and India. So you got all the good stuff. Philosophers and priests, all of it. So
They're just flogging years.
So let me go smoke real quick. I'll grab some coffee and then come back.
Well, I was just saying about your coffee because at the prices, that's for what we have buy it here in the U.S. That's why I was asking over there in New Zealand and then in the UK. Because yeah, $15 for yeah. You got pretty cheap cigarettes, you do. And in New Zealand, for a 1 pound bag of tobacco by itself, not without no tubes or anything else, is $20.
New Zealand dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for it's $50 for I forget, but yeah, it's really high there. And here, I mean, man, I couldn't believe that. And coffee, I was looking it up and all that. I
actually saw interesting YouTube video earlier looking at UK, comparing UK prices to US prices. As an example, talking about things like paracetamol. He's well, I can't remember what you call it in the US, but paracetamol. We can buy paracetamol for 50 pence, where you've got to spend
$200.
$10 for same sort of thing.
Well, car seats for children is $150.
Or where I can buy paracetamol for 50 pence. Or beer, alcohol. I can go down to my local pub and buy a beer for, I don't know, £3.50 to £5. Where you
that's wouldn't that be about $1?
What, $12? $12-15?
I don't know. It's possible. I don't know what however the currency is, but yeah. Well, what I was asking that for, because I was wondering, because I was like, when I was cooking all that, I hear about how certain things supposed to in flavor, or like garlic supposed to help the meat. It dissolves, it breaks up the fat, but then it helps to draw the blood out, or makes the meat more soft. But for each of the what it does, it adds a certain flavor to it.
Yeah.
And if the meat has like a little bit of toughness to it, I know you can leave it in the oven too, cook it slow, but where it gets soft. But I noticed too that it has it's hard to say, but not gamey, but it has like a certain flavor taste to it. The meat does, where like
in Britain, our meat doesn't taste of chemicals and hormones.
Well, no, I'm not talking about chemicals. I'm talking like if you got like what I was talking about, and they said to ask this, that the cow the cow that you got, if it had one calf or never had a calf, because if it has one, that calf, the meat, it adds to the texture and all that, and found out that the fat of the cow keeps the meat soft. It's when you remove the meat, it gets tough and it loses liquid from it.
Mm-hmm.
But they leave it set in the freezer for a week. Not after they do the process of removing the skin, but they leave it set there for a week to age, they say. And with all that, yeah, and with all that, that's why I was asking him, because I mean, however he works there at that restaurant, you know, he would have a lot better idea of what like okay, like type of cow, the type of meat, the age of the meat, the color of it, because for what they show on there too, because like if you take meat that's been like where it was just freshly butchered, put in bags and put in the freezer, it don't have that fresh white, pink, red look to it. It has a dark color to it where it's been opened, where it was processed real fast. You don't let it go through the process of the meat plant. And it has, and I know this from experience, because on this thing about the toughness of meat, because we used to get meat from Arizona when we lived there from off the dairy, they would give it to us. Well, when you cook it up and all that, the meat was pretty tough. Like it was just, and now I hear this, what it was is the guy, the boss man, would have the cattle butchered right then and processed and put it in bags and put it in deep freeze. And it made the meat tough and dry.
Mm-hmm. Again, no, chef.
No, neither am I, but that's why I was asking for, you know.
Okay.
And because I've noticed that, like when you add like black olives to when you make a salad with mushrooms and all that, and shredded up cheese and stuff like that, it adds a little bit more flavor when you bite into it. Depends on what type of salad dressing you like. But yeah. But
you add ingredients and adds flavor.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't that the point of ingredient?
Well, no, but what I'm referring to is if it takes your taste buds, it makes it where it adds more to it, you know?
Okay.
And like I was curious because when you leave meat, we call it saute in juices, how the meat absorbs it up, but it takes like like if the meat's been like if the cow before the cow was butchered, if the cow was like 3 to 4 years old, the guy on there says too, you don't want a real old cow. They were showing it about the shape of the meat, how what it looked like when a cow was like 5 to 6 years old, went through the process and all that. And certain types of cows, their meat is more certain cows. Their meat is a little. It's good. Qualifications of different cows or different meats are pretty good, and that's why I was asking them for, because I just was I didn't know if whatever he was, how he at the where he worked at, however he worked at, does he cook, like steaks or caveman steaks or whatever?
What are caveman steaks?
Huh?
What are caveman steaks?
Oh, you never heard of that?
I've heard of it, but don't know what a caveman steak is.
Oh, okay.
You knock somebody over the head with a wok and nick his steak, cow or something.
No. There's no hitting you with it or anything like that. The guy showed it on a video. It's pretty dang good. But you know them plates for your turkey.
Yeah, you noticed that whenever Robert started getting into the meat thing, freaking Tan bailed. He got the hell out of Dodge, man.
I'm quiet and I'm disturbed.
We call them soft. They're about that size, depending on the cow, the cow.
Okay, so since you've already been able to talk for 10 minutes about cows, let's get on with this so we can get it over with and be done with this.
A few minutes to deal with this.
Because Robert, man, whew, I'm just glad he wasn't.
Is he the reincarnation of Julia Childs?
Well, you remember when he was doing the freaking genetically modified meat? Now he has to move to freaking the slaughterhouses.
Okay.
Yes, he's crazy. He's crazy. Like we're doing Earth, okay, and we're supposed to be talking about gardening and growing stuff.
Yeah.
He freaking just on his stream, I was going through and trying to edit it and everything, and he's talking about gardening and stuff, and then he starts going off on this tangent about freaking exposing plants, freaking radiation, and how freaking plants survived in the freaking ice ages and shit. You know, I'm like, oh my god, dude. So I told him,
were you there at that ice age? Just in case you did.
Yeah,
we should do a show on snails, and then I can pick up some dollars on escargot.
Don't be saying that stuff. He'll freaking actually want you to do it, man. Gotta be careful. You're dealing with Robert, man. Think about it. Like
Tim, man, he might. I mean, not Tim. The guy from the UK. He might get a little hungry for a few of them.
That's who just said that.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I thought it was the right name.
You got to remember names.
Yeah, and I have a bad case of forgetting it. I'll admit to that. I just want to make sure I got it right one.
I don't get that because it's like he's the one that you enjoy bickering with the most. out of everybody, you like to bicker mostly with him and with DK, which is really weird because I don't like when Robert freaking gets on with DK, they'll sit there and bicker like old women until freaking like 5 in the morning.
Well, no, the last time
Has he met Mr. Robot?
Who, DK?
No, Robert.
I hope no. I don't think that would be a good idea.
What would that wouldn't be?
I don't think you meeting Mr. Robot would be a good idea. You'd probably freaking make Mr. Robot's head explode.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm serious. You probably would.
Why?
Well, how can I put it?
He's a sensitive type?
Well, yeah, in a way. In a way, he is very sensitive. He's a very sensitive kind of guy.
Yeah. Absolutely,
oh,
yeah.
So, okay. Well, I mean, if he's like one of the, what do you call Fannie Mae's? Oh.
No, nothing like that.
Oh, okay.
Now be careful too, because
I know he might take offense to it.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. No more talking about meat. I'm gonna do my countdown and we'll get this started. So wait, hold up, I gotta change the background.
If you're talking about meat, you have to slap it.
Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. Now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Esoteric Agenda. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, with my co-host Mark Edworthy. Tonight we have with us B, as well as my brother Robert. Welcome, guys, and we'll get on with the show. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a left turn with this. I've been going through and talking about things like the OTO and Aleister Crowley and specific things. Like I've also talked about the Emerald Tablets and stuff. But tonight I want to get a little bit deeper into it and talk about things like tonight's theme is number before matter, for example. Okay, and I also wanted to. I also put in there why the ancients believed reality was made by mathematics, or made of mathematics, and that's when Mark Edworthy asked what the ancients were, and I told him he had to come on the show to understand. So this is where I start talking about it, Mark. This is what I refer to when I say the ancients. Okay. This goes back for thousands of years, okay? And when I talk about the ancients, I'm talking about
funny enough, the first thing when you say the ancients on the chat earlier, the first thing I was thinking was some sort of primitive tribe in Latin America or sub-Saharan Africa. Unless, yeah.
Well, once I get this out and everything, you decide if they were primitives from South Africa or freaking from the different areas, because this has to do with like a lot of civilizations that span across the world. Okay, and they all reached like this really extraordinary conclusion, and it was all independent of one another. It wasn't like a specific, civilization at all. It didn't matter if it was like Egyptians or Greek or India, people from India, or I don't even know how to say it, Indian, I guess, or Mesopotamian,
You're talking about cultures had some relatively high development civilization.
No, see, civilizations are determined by, the only thing that determined a civilization, separated it from a culture, was when they could actually have their own writing system. Cultures are determined because of, well, they're cultures, but then to become a civilization, they had to develop a form of writing.
When I was thinking about civilizations, I'm thinking about sort of buildings and architecture when it came to maps.
Mm-hmm. Well, that too. You had, like I said, people from India, Greece, Egypt, and the Mesopotamians. Okay. Now, a lot of the philosophers and the priests back then believed that the universe was not held together by physical objects alone, but by like this invisible relationship, which was expressed through numbers. Okay. Now, to the modern mind, mathematics is usually thought of like as a tool invented by humans to describe the world. Okay. That wasn't the way it was with the ancient world. Mathematics was something that was entirely different. It was discovered rather than invented, according to them. You know what I mean? So they believed that numbers existed before, before humanity and that the universe behaved, according to like mathematical principles. They honestly did believe that. So,
well, actually, you know what? Can I jump in here?
Yeah.
So something in my little personal conflict with the NSA, they have a code name for me. They call me the Answer Man because I typically get out of any situations they put me in or present me with, or they watch me solve problems that just seem unsolvable. And they've literally asked me, like, how do you come up with all these answers? And I tell them, well, it's my philosophy, my personal belief, and the way I perceive reality is that the answers exist before the problems do. So anyone can come up with a problem, an issue, the answer already exists. So that is the way mathematics works. Also, I've actually been, it's kind of funny that we would be talking about this because I've been studying, I'm always into quantum mechanics and looking at things. And something I've come across is these. So there's these guys, several scientists. There's like 44 of them. They all claim it's real. It has yet to be debunked. But there's 44 different scientists who have been experimenting with a laser. Now, this laser is supposedly under the influence of DMT. When you look at this laser, code flies off the laser. They're saying there are millions of different glyphs, and that it's actually decoding reality. So, something that you guys might want to look into. I wish Otto was here. I know he'd be interested in this, but it has been. There's several testimonies by these scientists, and these scientists, they are all in agreement that they are not under hallucination. However, they are put into a mind state where extra reality comes in, and they're actually able to see code through certain light. And it just flies off of objects, anything the laser hits, and it's decoding reality. So that is sort of in line with what you're saying.
Yeah,
I think
it really is because when I said that it was discovered rather than invented, okay, that's the way they felt, okay, and they also believed that numbers existed before humanity, and that the universe behaved according to mathematical principles. And you got to understand that like this distinction is fundamental, all right, because it changes how people view reality, like you were just talking about with reality itself, okay? So if mathematics is just merely like a language created by people, then it exists just inside of the human mind, okay? Now, if mathematics exists independently of us, then reality itself might be mathematical at its foundation, So, and this question, honestly, it still remains one of philosophy's oldest and most fascinating debates. They still debate over this stuff. Okay, you'll hear it being talked about all the time. And yeah, I mean, I liked what you said there. It did fit right into exactly what I was getting at, because you take a look at like the Egyptians, okay? Now the Egyptians, they rarely separated mathematics from religion at all. Geometry was necessary for like rebuilding property boundaries after the Nile flooded each year, and the same geometry was used when constructing temples. You know what I mean? And to them, it determined like the orientation towards the stars, the pyramid angles, which, by the way, was built plumb. And I've said this before. There's very few people today who can even build an outhouse that's plumb. I mean, that's how precise it is. And this is like just like millimeters freaking off. You know what I mean? And they did that with the pyramids angles. And then when you turn around and you look at the sacred proportions of everything, and then the ritual architectures, you start getting into like sacred geometry, which is something that I'm wanting to get into here in the next few episodes of this, because I don't think too many people cover sacred geometry like they really should, and I think that would be a good topic, you know.
Agreed.
But getting back to the Egyptians, you know, geometry represented Ma'at, which was the divine principle of order, harmony, and truth and balance, you know. And the act of measuring land became like an act of restoring cosmic order to the Egyptians.
No, you are so on fire today, Roger. So the Egyptians, who have had a very heavy influence in early Christianity and even pre-Christianity with Gnosticism. And the reason why I love Gnosticism so much is because it coincides, the cosmology itself coincides with physics. The Big Bang is described in the cosmology. You know, they say the flesh is evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
The flesh is of a perverted mathematics. So I'll give you an example. You want to talk about sacred geometry and everything, how all that goes. You know, you have the number 666, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a representation of the flesh. The flesh is evil. Now, this is something that's said through these traditions, these ancient traditions, backed up by science. Okay, what are we made of? Carbon, right? What is the carbon atom made of? 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. 666.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How would they know that?
Well, see, this goes into like not just like in Egypt, but the weird part is well, like you said, 6. Okay. Now you take a look at like the Babylonians. Okay. Now they developed one of history's like earliest and sophisticated mathematical systems, which was based off of the 60 numbering system, where they would calculate like the planetary movements. They were into lunar eclipses, solar cycles, and the calendar. And it's like we're doing a show now called Earth Growing Together, and we talk about like the lunar phases, which I actually got interested in first from the Old Farmer's Almanac, which still goes by the lunar phases, you know, and I find that pretty interesting. And like the solar cycles, people really don't understand what calendars originally started out as. You know, calendars actually started out for like taking and growing your crops. They needed to know what part of the season to freaking grow their crops at the right time, you know, and they stared up at the stars and they started calculating the stars according to the crops, and that's when all of a sudden they started coming up with their own belief systems out of that, you know. And oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking about so-called calculation, lunar calculation machines. You could argue pyramids. Just a couple miles away from me, Stonehenge. Maybe a bit more than a couple miles, but yeah, Stonehenge being an obvious.
Exactly.
What about the other one?
Oh, yeah, Robert said, what about the other ones? I mean, there's actually a few hinges there.
Yeah.
You're muted, Robert, just so you know. But also, another thing I wanted to point out, because I don't want to leave India out, ancient Indian philosophy also connected mathematics directly with cosmology. You have... have you guys ever heard of the yugas?
Yugas.
refresh my memory.
It's large cycles of time, and they're called yugas, which were measured mathematically. Now, what happened was back then, astronomers calculated the planetary periods with real, with a lot of good precision when it comes to the yugas. A lot of the sacred texts often describes reality through rhythm and proportion, and then they're also big on repetition and recursion. Now, later on, Indian yeah. So you know what I'm talking
Well, I was
about
gonna
there.
say, so with Gnosticism, so you have what were called the aeons. These were the conceptual. You can think of them as concepts or gods. Either one's correct. But the aeons were also is broken down to eons. Each one of them represented an age, 1,000 years, a millennium.
Mm-hmm.
And so also you have an aeon for 365 aeons in some Gnostic traditions. 365. I thought that was phenomenal. How they have that in the cosmology.
Yeah, and eons too, by the way, is something that I brought up when we were talking about Aleister Crowley, which I don't want to go back into and rehash, but he was really big on the Gnostics, and he would always talk about freaking eon. As a matter of fact, when he was in the pyramids, he did a freaking chant where he freaking mentioned incantation, actually, where he mentioned the eon quite a few times in his incantations.
He contacted I was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
But they were talking about music goes through is part of the math as well. Like they were talking everyone they were bringing it up about music has its tone to the universe and the math of it and all that. Like certain keys, it represents tone. Well, mathematics. Like however you lay down the keys, it represents a certain number and all that to it. They were talking about that on TV on the show, and they were saying that people when you listen to when they play music, the string, the tones, and all that, and they were showing it, and they were bringing that up about that, and I just find that pretty fascinating because music and tone, the universe, as they say, tone, the math with math and the frequencies of tones, like it tells you, like.
I think he fired on to something big.
Well, he's right on to it because you know, like, okay, our reality. So I'm gonna go back to Gnosticism and quantum physics here, and in Christianity and other religious traditions, they say God spoke the universe into being. Okay, so sound with quantum mechanics, they have found there's a quantum background to our reality. So there's like a static. You know, like you look at a TV, how static, you know, these little pixels come in and out of reality. It wasn't until a vibration was put through that quantum field that particles came into existence. Sound or vibration. So that's it's absolutely correct. science lines up with Gnosticism once again, and I like to refer to the human languages that we have, especially African language. You notice how Africans speak tonal. They speak like this. Every word has a difference. Da, 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 da. It almost sounds computeristic, like it's computerized. So yes, every vibration comes with a different concept or a different meaning or a different feeling, which is how we were able to code language to begin with, so that we can understand our reality and relate with it and relate to each other.
No,
so, yes, absolutely.
When you bring that up too, now that actually brings up the whole thing with the Greeks, okay, and with Pythagoras, because a lot of people forget the fact that Pythagoras actually did a pilgrimage to frickin' Egypt and to Babylon before he returned back to frickin' Greece. And he had learned quite a bit from it. Now, if you want to talk about civilizations now, a civilization, now Greece was a civilization that embraced the mystical side of mathematics more fully than pretty much any other one other than Egypt, okay? Now, here math basically became philosophy, and the movement was closely associated to Pythagoras because, contrary to like popular belief, Pythagoras didn't just discover the theorem. He founded an entire philosophical community that believed numbers was the underlying substance of reality. You know what I mean? His followers actually believed that numbers possessed qualities. Music reflected mathematical harmony. Planets moved according to proportional relationships. And like the human soul itself actually followed like mathematical order according to him. And this was what eventually became known as like the harmony of the spheres. Now, today a lot of people will tell you, that the planets don't literally produce audible music, but they've actually discovered that there is vibrations. When you look at a freaking planet, you can actually see it vibrating. You know what I mean? And that's been...
If you've ever heard of, like, for example, I have to refer back to Gnosticism. So you also have the cult of Saturn, which is kind of the other side of Gnosticism, like Satanism is to Christianity. So they found that Saturn was putting off a frequency that somehow correlates with human consciousness. The cult of Saturn, which in one way or another everybody worships, they worship the cube. In Gnosticism, you have Baphomet, whom was demonized by modern day Christianity, but Baphomet was a symbolism. In this full symbolism, Baphomet is sitting on top of a cube, which represents our 3D world, our third dimension. And sitting on top of it is his mastery of the 3D world. Now, on top of Saturn is a hexagon. It's the only planet in the solar system that has a hexagon. Now, a hexagon is a flat representation of a cube. It's a 2D representation of the 3D cube. So this is why you see all the black cubes around everywhere. These monuments, these black cubes. Even in Islam, you have that meteorite that's sitting inside of that black cube that the Muslims circle and worship. So the math is pretty much everywhere. But yeah, Saturn they said has a certain vibrational scream and some of it's being projected out of this hexagonal shape at the North Pole of Saturn. Now, scientists have taken cracks at why there is the shape at the top of Saturn, and no scientist can really say for sure how it works or why it's there, because you and I both know you don't get straight lines like that in nature. They're saying that Saturn is sentient, or there's something near the surface or the core that is sentient that is making that hexagonal shape through a frequency that nobody understands. So yeah, sorry I cut you off.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine, because when it comes to that, and you add it into what I was talking about with like the music aspects, you know what I mean, where people did at the time believe that planets, the harmony of the spheres, basically. When you take a look at some stuff that I've been talking with Nancy about, with like the Schumann resonance, okay, that's another big thing when it comes to just here on Earth, okay, when they found out about freaking resonance and stuff like that. And then when you take a look at like the frequencies it puts out, and then you take a look at Pythagoras and how he viewed music with numbers, okay, that is something that's interesting, because he felt that the universe behaved like an enormous instrument that was tuned according to like this invisible ratio. And when you relate music and numbers to Pythagoras, one of Pythagoras's greatest observation involved like vibrating strings, okay? And when the length of a string is divided by like simple ratios, 1/2, 2/3, and 3/4, the resulting sound becomes harmonious, okay? So when he discovered all this stuff, he discovered that it was mathematical, you know what I mean? So harmony could be measured, basically, you know what I mean?
Just like when the planets align, you have cosmic events that happen through the gravitational and I assume sound and vibrations from the planets. You know, it pulls up a solar flare that might cause an apocalypse, or it might bring another planet into focus that's on the outside of our solar system. Because there are several different planets outside of our solar system that we don't count as planets.
Right. For me, what I see it like is like he discovered that beauty itself appeared to like obey numerical laws, and when he realized this, what happened is like that realization, it eventually influenced music for well over 2,000 years. And that's not even talking about how Plato expanded on the idea, because Plato, he inherited much of this mathematical worldview, I guess you could say. When he did the dialogue of Timaeus, he described the universe that was built according to like geometric principles. And the creator is supposed to construct the cosmos using mathematical relationships. And according to him,
we find beauty in symmetry. We find beauty in symmetry, and this is why you have supermodels, and they're thought of having perfect symmetry in their faces. So yeah, we define beauty by symmetry.
According to him, order emerged from proportion, and chaos becomes cosmos through geometry. And like this concept is what is what influenced later philosophy. Now, Plotinus is another.
Plotinus.
No, see,
I love Plotinus.
People forget about Plotinus. When you hear about Neoplatonism, everybody thinks that they're talking about Plato, and they're not talking about Plato. They're talking about Plotinus. And he's the one who changes the question. Okay? So, like several centuries later, Plotinus expanded Plato's philosophy into what became known as Neoplatonism, basically. Rather than asking what is reality made of, Plotinus asks what allows mathematics itself to exist. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So his answer begins with the one. And when you hear people talking about the power of the one these days, don't mistake that for what I'm about to say, because a lot of the stuff that you hear today when it comes to the one or non-duality and all that, that's just a lot of watered down spiritualism, basically. This is like the pure source of all of that, okay? Now his answer his answer begins with the one, and the one exists beyond mathematics, beyond thought, beyond being, and from the one flows intellect, and from the intellect comes the world soul, the monad.
Literally, that's Gnosticism. The monad, the limitless source. It's literally in the name, Mo, or Mon, meaning singular, one, and Nad, meaning coming from. So coming from the one. And you have Barbelos, the first Aeon, the mother, she represented intellect. And then the next came was Christos, or Logos, the word, Christ. So what you said is exactly along line with Gnosticism.
Mm-hmm. Now, in that view, mathematics isn't God, though. Okay, it's.
No, he just allows it. He's the background that allows reality, right?
Mm-hmm. Now he's one of the first expressions of divine order, is what it basically comes down to. You know what I mean? Because from the world so emerges the mathematic structure that organizes the physical universe. You see what I mean? And when I talk to people about the Axis Monday, you'll find a lot of things that returns to this Axis Monday that everybody's always talking about. And you can call it whatever you want to. You can call it the monad, you can call it the world soul, you can call it the cosmic egg, you can call it whatever you want, but it's basically an Axis Monday. Okay, and I'm not talking about the Yggdrasil from the Vikings. Every time I talk to Jackie, he throws that up like that's what I'm talking about. But there's different ones. When you talk about the Bodhi tree, that's the Axis Monday. It's one of, that's the representation of the Axis Monday. When Jesus was on the cross and he was taking in all the sin of every human being, he became an Axis Monday. He was returning sin back to the origin, to the center. Okay. Then you look at freaking the Yggdrasil. You know what I mean? You have the primordial, which represents the roots. Then you have our world, which would be the branches. Then the heavenly realm, which would be the top of the tree. Okay, and that whole world tree is the Axis Monday. You know what I mean?
So yeah, it actually, whenever you look at the so-called fifth dimensional makeup of the universe, it's described as a tree because every choice that we make branches off into a different timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of looks like that. But yeah, I think it's interesting that you also bring up Christ on the cross, because when you have the cube, when we've all done this in school, elementary school, where you have a box, you have a cube, and you break down the box, it takes the shape of a cross.
Yep. And the other day,
the cross is a two-dimensional representation of the cube. reality.
Now, before I forget this, because I know we were talking about it, and Mark had brought something up that I wanted to mention too today. Whenever we were talking the other day about the cosmic egg too. Now, the thing that I wasn't able to finish up on when it comes to the cosmic egg, Mark, is well, actually, this is a good question I should ask you. Now, do you know what freaking the Big Bang was referred to before it was coined as the Big Bang Theory?
No, I can't think.
If you want to, do me a favor and do a quick search, and you'll be amazed. What was it referred to before it was coined as the Big Bang? It'll blow your mind. And this is from a physics, somebody who's into physics, an actual scientist, and it'll tell you straight up what he named it before it was coined the Big Bang. It'll blow your mind. So it's interesting too that you mentioned mathematics and Christianity, because that's one thing that actually I was wanting to talk about, because early Christians who were Christian thinkers inherited much of like the Greek philosophy. Now, like if you go and you look at early church fathers like Augustine, he viewed numbers as like reflections of God's eternal mind, order, measurement, proportion. And if you look at the way a lot of this stuff is, these became like signs of divine wisdom. You know what I mean? Was you able to find it, Mark?
I've got 3 different definitions. The dynamic evolving universe, which I've heard before. Explosion and or catastrophic universe, or the primeval atom.
It's actually the cosmic egg. The guy who came out with the theory originally, it was the cosmic egg. He called it the cosmic egg before it was coined as. He actually wrote it down on his freaking papers as the cosmic egg.
Okay. It was the states, as far as I can see, the earliest is 1930, so we have the primeval atom.
Yeah, I wonder if that was on accident. They decided, no, we don't want to do that or something. But yeah, it was actually the cosmic egg.
Well, was that before or after Egypt?
It makes sense.
Robert's asking me questions off the thing, so he said, "What was it? What was you said, Robert?
Which one was it, before or after? Yeah, before Egypt was built, or after?
When it comes to what?
The egg.
Oh, the cosmic egg has been around since ancient Greece, possibly the Phoenicians, I believe. Most definitely, it probably came from Indo-European. Like
I just found a better one. Fireworks theory. Yeah, it comes from 1907, but yeah, fireworks theory. I like that one.
Okay, so now the whole thing that I was getting into was like with early Christian fathers like Augustine. Now he viewed numbers as like reflections of God's eternal mind, like when it comes to like order, measure, proportions. These all became like signs of the divine wisdom. Now, This would explain why medieval cathedrals were filled with like geometric symbolism, and architecture became like theology built in stone. And you'll hear a lot of people talk about like the fact that most people in the Middle Ages couldn't read, so they did all of this pictorial stuff so that they could actually see the story in action, because they couldn't read. But then when you start doing more research, you start finding out like these cathedrals are literally built with
sacred geometry. Yeah.
Sacred geometry.
In mind.
Yeah. And it's all over the place. Like all of these huge cathedrals that you walk by and they're all old and dilapidated now, that stuff was built on sacred geometry. And even the ones that aren't, go and check it out when it comes to like these big cathedrals that were built back in the Middle Ages.
I was going to say, a cathedral that's fallen down. Remember, I'm in the UK. I've got cathedral still standing from, I don't know, 12th, 13th century, if not earlier.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You need to take a walk with your camera. I would just love to freaking see some of the stuff over there, because you're in Devonshire, dude. You know what I mean? That's where it all began. I mean, it's pretty close. I'm not saying.
Okay, next time I spend a day in Exeter, which I do quite often, I will.
They said too, like over there, the like Ancient Aliens. They said that, well, with the rocks within it, they do pick up like sounds. It does electric and sound, like picks up harmonics, if I'm saying that right, of Earth, and like it transmits, but to where it in syncs with the universe. Way I know that might sound corny or however, but I'm going by what they say. But it picks up going through it goes, and like each planet has its own synchronized sound, frequency of a sound. And that's how each planet is, the size and like what it's made out of, it all works together. And like with the stones and all that, there's one down the road from that one that Roger was just saying about the stones around. There's one that's made of the wood, and it was buried, but it was both made a whole full circle, and then two more in the center of it as well, too, farther down.
Oh, that's just the beginning. There's one actually at the edge of Scotland, right? It's on top of a freaking cliff, okay? And it's literally just like freaking Stonehenge. And there's actually a super Stonehenge that's supposed to be like huge.
Yeah, that's the one. It's made out of wood.
Yeah, I know the wood one. The wood one is cool too. Don't get me wrong, but this one is like even bigger than that one. This is supposed to be like a super freaking Stonehenge, and it's right there in the same general area. It's just completely amazing with what's going on over there. I can't believe people don't like really get into to go into those sites and check. And in the Isle of Man. Don't even get me started on the Isle of Man. That is probably the most amazing freaking island on the entire planet. Just putting it out there. There's stuff that's happened there that is just, it'll blow your mind. I mean, and it goes back all the way back. And and they still have pagan rule. You know what I mean? Like they still, it doesn't go according to the Irish or the English. It's still pagan law on the island of Man.
And I find it fascinating. You know, you bring up Stonehenge and these circular constructs, and then you look at the Hadron Collider, right?
Yeah.
You have Kali, the goddess of destruction, and a circular halo and a statue that's right there at CERN. Okay, so what's the whole point of the CERN? They want to break down these particles to see the subparticles that break off from them, and then what particles break off from those. And so they're literally just breaking reality down through the action of destruction, just so they can see that cosmic background, that is the mathematics of the universe.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got one in India. They combine the two as construction of the temple. It has its own. I'm going to try to say it,
harmonics. Yeah. Harmonics.
And as construction during that time, they used math with harmonics to create the place, and it has its own frequencies on each of the tithing. Each person get there and start pumping it, and it releases its own specific tone in frequency. It does in India, and
yeah,
it's
also,
unique and it's nice sound.
Also, within, so I'll come back to Baphomet. So, in the body of Baphomet, the solar plex, the stomach area, is a circular symbol, sort of like the Ouroboros, okay, like the serpent eating his tail. So people will tell you that with Baphomet pointing one hand towards the sky and one hand towards the cube, they're saying it's saying above, as above, so below. Right, that's the ancient esoteric axiom there. But it's not only that; it is telling you solve at coagula, one of the names of God. Okay, solve at coagula, which is Latin for destroy to create. So it's literally telling you, it's pointing to the firmament, saying destroy, and it's pointing to the ground or the cube, saying create. Now that can also be taken in reverse as well. Destroy the matter, destroy physical reality, to see the firmament, to see the heavens. So I really, Christianity, to the modern day Christians, they, that's the devil. Baphomet's the devil. No, it's we speak in symbols, okay? Symbols which are logos, the word, Christ, logos, okay? This is how we understand our reality. This is the bridge between our reality and the next, okay? For those people that want to call it heaven or the fifth dimension or the dimensions beyond, whatever. It's all in the symbolism. And this is ancient. This is ancient symbolism. Okay?
Yeah.
You want to talk about the ancient? The knowledge has already been there that our physicists today are just catching up to. And it's profound.
Now, the one thing too that I do want to point out when you said that is like that goes with Kali too. If you look at Kali, everybody always looks at the evil and the bad things that Kali represented, but it was us. Kali actually represented destruction and creation, and because
Right.
they believe that he destroys the universe and then recreates it into something new. You know, and I do find that pretty interesting, and nobody ever says the full story of them. And don't get me wrong, a lot of the representation of Kali is pretty dark, you know what I mean? But that's not the full story when it comes to that. You know, and another thing,
being the wife of Shiva,
yeah,
and that their unity is what gives the creation. Their child, which they gave birth to a god, and its head got cut off, and they put an elephant's head on it instead. So you have all these animal-faced sort of depictions of God or Christ. You know, again, I reference back to Baphomet. The head, the goat's head, is a total different representation. It doesn't mean the devil at all, despite what modern-day Christians will tell you. You have to go into the actual esoteric writings. You have to go to the Bhagavad library. You got to look at some of the paganism to understand the mother, how the mother was cut out of Christianity, turned into the Holy Spirit when the Holy Spirit was the mother. And so you got to look at all these things, and it shows you. And it all circles back to our beginning and creation of our reality.
Yeah. Now, another thing I wanted to point out too, before we get too far into this, because it's getting close to an hour, but like when you take a look at like the Islamic Golden Age, okay, now, a lot of people don't even know his name, but Al-Kindi. I mentioned him before in one of the earlier episodes this year. But you have scholars like Al-Kindi who basically preserved and expanded the Greek mathematic thought. And he believed that like harmony, astronomy, optics, and music, as well as mathematics, all reflected like a unified creation. Now,
mysticism.
Yeah.
I love it.
Now, basically, what he demonstrated was that mathematics wasn't isolated from philosophy. They were one and the same, and it was like one expression of order established through creation, basically. Now, when you look at stuff like that, and you look at like modern science, okay, modern science often quite a bit actually, it reaches like the same conclusions or surprisingly similar conclusions that the ancient philosophers reached. You know what I mean? Like if you look at physics, they describe reality through equations. You have chemistry through ratios. You have biology through patterns. And then you have astronomy through predictable laws, basically. You know, even Einstein remarked that the most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it's
that guy from India.
It's comprehensible. You know what I mean?
But he's intelligent about the math as well. I can't begin to pronounce his name correctly. Muhammad. He's the top in his field.
Well, he used to be. He's dead now.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is they use his materials today still in mathematics, in space construction, and all that, whatever types of math. He just didn't fill in one, but he made different organizations of different types of math.
Well, see, that's the weird thing about that too, because Oppenheimer as well. Okay, now I know where you're going with all that, and it is true, but that also goes along with Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer freaking was really, really big into Buddhism and Hinduism. I believe whenever that quote that he made, whenever freaking they set off the first atomic bomb, he freaking stated it, and it was I believe that was Hinduism, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That he was destroyer of worlds.
The destroyer of worlds. Okay, now a lot of people don't know the story about Oppenheimer, but he was constantly handing out freaking Hindu texts, the Mahara, whatever they call that. But he was constantly handing it out. He even though he was a big scientist, he was really big into that religion. I mean, he practiced it faithfully. Later on, whenever we do another show, or before we do another show, I'll pull up that name of that guy. I know who you're talking about, though. He was a genius. And everything he believed in, everything he believed in mathematically had to go along with his religion. I don't know if he was Buddhist or Hindu, but
he was Indian.
Well,
no.
Just because he's from.
And then you have to understand. Well, you also have to understand the orders of magnitude. So, I mean, you have, and this is blasphemy for Christians, modern day Christians, but I've said this before on different shows that we've done. You have the orders of magnitude, especially when we talk about AI. So I bring in orders of magnitude. You have the monad, the limitless background radiation, whatever you want to call it. From all things are possible. The source. And so you come out with matter scattered everywhere, right? You have nebulas that form. These nebulas turn into galaxies. The galaxies are filled with stars that form. The stars form their own planets. The planets possibly form life forms. These life forms have are formed of organs, and the organs are formed of organelles, and the organelles are formed with cells. The cells are formed with even more micro things. You get down to the atoms, and you get down to the subatomic particles. At every level, you're going to find mathematics, a way to devise its or explain its presence. That's mathematics.
They were saying about the pyramids, about how each pyramid has its own sound frequency and all that, and because they did a thing that people were testing a theory that they were trying to find out well, they think that the microwave beams comes out because they were using two different types of chemicals to pour into where they merge and to create.
Yeah, this is where they're. Well, see that's what I'm saying. You gotta.
I know.
They're trying to make out like the pyramids were like a power source and stuff and things like that. Yeah. It's like, I mean, for me, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just saying I don't buy that.
I mean, yeah, that's. I agree with you. That's just really stretching it. Yeah. Esoterics. Let me tell you something about the esoterics, Robert. Okay, you can believe in ufology and paranormal all you want, but if you just get in and you do studies on just the esoterics, you'll find out that fact is stranger than fiction.
Yes.
Okay, there are so many amazing things just in esoterics, which is grounded in history, philosophy, and facts. Okay, according to what was written. Not saying that it's all true or not, just that this is what was written.
Yeah.
It's more interesting. It's actually more interesting than talking about UFOs and if we came from freaking ancient aliens or forgotten freaking, lost civilizations. That's what it's called. Because I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, there could be possibilities. I don't know, but I'm just saying that the facts are actually stranger than the fiction when it comes to this stuff.
What I was referring.
I'm gonna give you an example here. We were talking about mathematics here, and the fact that everything has a computational value of some sort. You know, the whole black hole thing. They're talking about information. So let's get down to the nitty gritty since we're coming to the end of the show here. Information. Physicists are saying information cannot be destroyed. Information. Everything's coded with information. That's what we're talking about here. So they don't use the term mathematics. They use the term information. So the information that codes you and Apple, information that makes up a very electron of an atom. It has information that it carries. Now, they're saying information can't be destroyed. But when you get into black hole science, which is absolutely mind-blowing when you think of a black hole, I equate it to a monad. Black hole, they say, so when it swallows up matter, okay, it absolutely destroys information. Now, I'm not quite so sure about that, because when you get to the point of where it's collecting matter to create a singularity, you're still collecting matter, and all the information is being condensed. However, it is also theorized that the event horizon in itself strips all information from the matter. And this is like where we get Hawking radiation as it bleeds back into our universe. You know, so there are these sort of things that yeah, absolutely mind-blowing. You don't need to be talking about ancient aliens to get your kicks. There's mysteries, scientific mysteries that are just absolutely phenomenal. I think, you know, ancient alien stuff, that's a simple explanation for some things, sure. Nothing that we can prove as of right now, but we do have the instruments and computational abilities, especially with quantum computing coming up, to be able to figure out these equations. There's so many equations when we talk about black holes, things like that end up in infinity, which should be mathematically, I don't want to say impossible, but that's the other side of infinity is an impossibility. So it is absolutely mind-blowing. I love quantum physics. I love quantum mechanics. I wish I had the mathematical prowess to get back into these things, but I just don't. But I do love the concepts, and I do love the science and the logic behind it all. But yeah, look up black holes. Look up information.
All right.
And the nature of information in itself. They're theorizing that neutrons and protons are larger particles. That these particles are made up of strings that carry information. They're theorizing that these atoms, these particles, have their own DNA as they unravel when they're destroying them in these colliders.
Mm-hmm.
The information can only be seen for billionths of a second after they are destroyed, but the fact that the information is there and it floats off into the distance, which is theorizing that there are even smaller subatomic particles than we could ever imagine. I mean, a neutron would be the size of a star compared to a grain of sand. They're theorizing that there are particles that much more smaller than a Planck measurement. So, when you look at it, infinity, when you come out with infinity in the mathematics, you probably could go into infinity. Because what if we got the technology to look at those particles, and we figure out that those particles are inhabitants for a smaller dimensional creature.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're made up of smaller particles. Technically, it could go on for an infinity. Because when you're talking dimensions, you have third dimension, second dimension, zero dimension is incomputational. You can't compute a coordinate size. Zero dimension, you can only place it somewhere. It has no. It doesn't take up mass, width, height. It's just a coordinate. That's how small things can get and go even smaller.
You know what really blows me away about all this stuff, though? What it really comes down to for me is I always ask the question: is mathematics actually discovered or is it invented? You know what I mean? And like, do numbers exist independently of the mind? And I've had conversations with this about a few times. Now, the whole thing that really blows people's mind is when I ask them, like, if humanity or humans disappeared, would mathematics still be here? Would it remain true? You know what I mean? And
well, that is the other question, because there are a lot of physicists that say that our reality around us requires our consciousness, requires our observation.
Yeah.
So the double slit test, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know
Yeah, it would be here, but we call it comprehending in a different way.
Well, another thing that gets me.
Wave particle science. Our observation turns a wave into a particle, and vice versa.
Now, see, that is a good way of looking at it, but let me also put this to you too, okay? When it comes to history, and I'm talking ancient history all the way up to now, okay, across all these freaking civilizations that are separated by thousands of years, there's one idea that keeps returning, and that is reality appears ordered. You'll always hear people talk about chaos and order, okay? And chaos is usually represented as something that's evil, where order is represented as something that's good. And that's always the common theme with a lot of these civilizations. And I do find that weird that it stays all the way through all of these civilizations. You know, and that's expressed through like Egyptian temples. You have Babylonian astronomy, Indian cosmology, well, Greek philosophy, like we were talking about. Even Islam, through their science, had it. You know what I mean? And then you look at now, we talk about that stuff through modern physics, like you've been talking about. You know what I mean? And it's just we repeat it. You know what I mean? These are like mathematical encounters that structure everything beneath like the visible world, kind of like, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, from chaos comes order. That's the motto that's on our dollar bill, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah.
So you have the eye of prophets, and that saying, I think they're trying to tell us something.
Well, look at it. They're saying that like the ancients saw things, order is like sacred. Okay, and then you take a look at like modern science, and modern science always treats order as like natural law. Natural law is the big thing. You know what I mean? And both of them began with the same observation. You know, the universe behaves as though it like follows rules that existed long before we ever arrived to discover them. You know,
or think of it like this: with since they say it grows, the universe is, so does the frequency and the music tones of math.
You're still stuck on that. We passed that up like 15 minutes ago, dude.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Well,
They're
okay.
saying how.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about frequencies on another planet and shit.
Well, no, I'm talking about the universe.
Yeah, you're talking about frequencies in the universe.
Yeah, and it changes, it alters by the size of it.
You are right. Well, you know.
So the idea of consciousness. So okay, from a standpoint, let's say from the perspective of a photon, a piece of light, a photon. A photon does not experience time. A photon, from the moment it is created to the moment it is absorbed, no time has elapsed. It's instant for that photon. Okay, we are matter. We are light that we call matter. That's pretty much frozen, which is why we are able to, with our consciousness, with our observation, we experience time. This fourth dimension. It is because of light, which is our background, we are able to exist. Their mathematics, which is infinite, because the closer matter reaches to the speed of light, time dilates. So the closer you get to the speed of light, time slows down. So when you get to the speed of light, there is no time. So when you think about that, it's you want to say is mathematics independent of our observation, of our knowledge, of our consciousness? Is it independent? Well, that's a good question, because without us looking at light or any other thing, things are happening in an instant. So you kind of have a duality, so to speak, with the question. Both answers are correct, I do believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to go back to the whole. Of course, I'm a one-note pony today, one-trick pony today, with like the Gnosticism. Okay, you have the infinite dark, the source, the static of the universe, the chaos, primordial evil, the prime evil, right? And out of that comes order. Okay, this is the order of things in which we operate. Now, it is said, okay, God is the source, right? The original God, but you also have a God on the other side, the demiurge, Yaldabaoth, the Archon, whatever you want to call it, which is a representation of the physical universe. Now, something I find fascinating, I'm going to go back to Freemasonry here. You have Albert Pike. Now, Albert Pike wrote a book. I don't want to mention, but he wrote a book. If anybody doesn't know who Albert Pike is, he was I believe he was a Civil War general from the South, whatever. He was the High Grand Head Dragon Master Grand Duke, whatever, of the Freemasonry. And so, but in this book, he wrote, he said, Adonai is God, but so is Lucifer. Adonai being the source, the creation, and Lucifer being the creation. So he says Adonai is God, but so is Lucifer. And there's this whole branch of Luciferianism that comes from that school of thought, and I'm not going to get into all that, but I find that there's that duality. Some traditions say that there's a war between good and evil, and then it clashed, and it made matter, and it made the physical world. And so any way you look at it, you find a mathematical element to it, opposites. You find light and dark. You find good and evil. You find right and left. This is the duality. Even when Christ was on the cross, he had somebody next to him who wasn't innocent, who was crucified, and then to his other side, he had a hardened criminal who was guilty of everything he was said to have done. And Christ was right there in the middle. You have this joining force of these things in order to give us what we have. Chaos and order. We are a mixture of both. We are structured, but we have freedom. Our freedom causes either more chaos or more creation. And that's where our consciousness, where our mind, our souls come into play. And it's just how you apply things, whether it's mathematical or philosophical, I guess it really doesn't matter. We are here. And I'm glad to have done the show with you guys.
I'm glad you did it too.
Gotta go.
So before we head out, I wanted to say again that the universe behaves as though it follows rules that exist long before we ever arrive to discover them. Now that raises the central question that will guide the next stage of the esoteric agenda that we're doing right now. And with that being said, all I gotta say is if mathematics is a language of reality, who or what wrote the language? That's what the next question's gonna be. So stick around for another episode of Esoteric Agenda, and we will move forward with this. And if you want to, before you go, you want to tell everybody how they can get a hold of you, B?
Well, so they will have to hijack a radio station, a high-powered one, not using low-powered one. You got to focus that beam at the ionosphere, right? Heat up a little bit of layer of that, send a GPS signal from one of the satellites to beam down through that, creating some interferometry.
Okay, so let me cut this short.
Into my brain.
If you want to contact B, contact him through me on Teams or on Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout. You can also contact him through me on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I'm also on minds.com at Roger_Hanson and on Strange Stories at minds.com as well. Besides that, you can also get in touch with me on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. That's how you can get in touch with him and Robert until freaking they get their stuff together. They're having social issues at the moment. So with that being said, Mark, how can people get in touch with you? I'm sorry for calling you Dan.
Cheers. It's a lot more easier than the explanation. All you need is a web browser and internet connection, and log on to minds.com and look for the username Medworthy.
All right. So with that being said, if you guys like what you heard, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give feedback down in the comment section. We'd love to hear what you said. It's late at night, so I'm not going to do the whole spill. Thank you for watching. Thank everybody who's on the panel for being here. This was a great show, and I appreciate you for being here. So that being said, let's go ahead and end the show. Thanks for watching, guys.
You guys have a nice night.
I almost forgot Mark was